I've become the king of villains in the game. Chapter 1. I am the sacrifice. Cold, damp. The squeaking of rodents echoed sharply and piercingly by his ear. Chen Lun struggled to open his eyes, a 90-degree tilted view appearing in his blurred vision, giving him an intense sense of unreality. Hey buddy, how should we handle these guys? Hat. According to the priest, they are to be sacrificed tonight. Chen Lun clutched his stomach, struggling to rise from the ground. He leaned against the wet, disgusting wall beside him, enduring the fire like hunger in his stomach. As his vision slowly returned to normal, Chen Lun gradually regained his sense of reality. In the dim environment, he focused his gaze towards the source of the voice, looking past the iron bars of the prison, where two tall, thin figures in leather coats stood at the entrance. They were two men, casually leaning under the torch on the corridor wall, casting a pair of dim, dark shadows. Chen Lun noticed, both men carried a short sword at their waists. Where am I? Chen Lun was slightly baffled. He vaguely remembered that he was engrossed in a holographic online game called Era of Mystery, acclaimed as the pinnacle masterpiece of the new generation, singular in its status, with countless global players spending their sleeping hours in this game. Efficiently utilizing sleep time had long been recognized as the truth by the new generation, with holographic gaming being one of the main methods. Among them, Era of Mystery led the way and was indisputably rated as the most popular game world. Chen Lun's memory lingered at the last moment, just when he lay into the sleep pod, the door slowly closed, and he linked to the game world. What happened last? As he recalled, suddenly a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Chen Lun gasped, reaching to touch the back of his skull, only feeling a warm, sticky sensation on his palm. By the faint torchlight, he saw some not fully dried blood stains on his hand. Chen Lun cursed under his breath. Fuck! Was I shot in the head? A scene he once saw in a short video flashed through his mind. A robust man at a barbecue stall swung a beer bottle like splitting a mountain, the bottle shattered on another guy's head, and then he just fell straight, with the comments section filled with goodnights. Chen Lun slightly shook his head, stopping his wild thoughts. He didn't know what had happened to him, perhaps there was a malfunction with the sleep pod equipment, and he had peacefully passed away in his sleep. What about now? Am I still in the game? Or maybe Monk Will's team hasn't produced results for several months. Hopefully, tonight these guys will bring a surprise. Hey, I think you're just craving alcohol, already dreaming unrealistically for that 200 copper crow reward. The tall, thin figure couldn't help coughing, as if he had phlegm stuck in his throat. He moistened his throat with saliva, breathed a long sigh, and then chuckled sinisterly. The crap our team's working on, shoving a few hundred more lives into it still won't make a difference. What does it matter? Anyway, these guys were all orphans raised by the church, it's time they gave their lives for the church. The two guards slowly turned their heads, their backs to the light, looking into the cell. If they die, they die. If it works out, the priest will be pleased, and we'll get some money too. He ha ha. The two pairs of cold eyes swept over Chen Lun, who quickly bowed his head to avoid their gaze. After a while, the footsteps receded, and Chen Lun faintly overheard the two guards agreeing to go out for a drink, with others coming to take over their shift later. But Chen Lun still kept his head down. If someone were to look up at his face from below, they would see his expression filled with shock. Just now, when the two guards turned back, Chen Lun caught a glimpse of the symbol on the side of their hats. Under the torchlight, it was a glowing red apple insignia. Red Apple Church. Chen Lun muttered the name. How is that possible? Hadn't the Red Apple Church from the Era of Mystery completely perished 2 years ago? Why is it appearing again now? Had I traveled back in time? No. Exit game. Chen Lun raised his head and silently recited in his mind. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, Chen Lun didn't dare to breathe, but nothing happened. The semi-transparent data frame that he remembered didn't appear in his field of vision, and his heart sank. At the same time, he noticed that the prison was also holding 7 or 8 other young men and women. In the dim and damp environment, they huddled together, curled up against the walls. Most of them wore only a thin, tattered linen cloth, barefoot, discarded like cattle awaiting slaughter. Shivering, they remained silent. Chen Lun shakily stood up, and he was fairly certain of one thing. He had most likely traveled through time, not only back to the past, but also into the game world of the Era of Mystery. And what awaited him was the sacrifice mentioned by the two guards. It's tonight. Chen Lun rubbed his face somewhat frantically, completely unaware that his hand, which had touched the wall earlier, had picked up a lot of moss and dirt, making his entire face filthy. Suppressing a strong feeling of hunger, he weakly lifted his footsteps and slowly walked toward the prison gate. His movements were gentle and slow, but they still attracted the attention of the other people in the prison. Their frightened eyes now held a trace of confusion, not understanding what this fellow locked up with them intended to do. Chen Lun's hands touched the cold iron bars, then he firmly grasped them. He looked left and right, the corridor where a torch hung every few meters was empty. Chen Lun took a deep breath, then began to exert force with his hands, slightly shaking the iron bars of the prison, but it wouldn't budge. He tried pushing the door too, which was even more solid and heavy than the bars. "Don't waste your energy." The sudden voice made Chen Lun jump. He turned to look at a woman in the opposite cell. Under the firelight, the woman's dirty face was expressionless, her mouth curling into a faint sneer. "No one captured here has ever escaped." The woman was sitting at the door of her cell, her head stuck between two iron bars, staring directly at Chen Lun. "Even if you did get out of here, there are countless guards outside, not to mention those monsters." At that moment, Chen Lun saw extreme unease and fear in her eyes. "Everyone dies horribly, he he he." The woman reached out her hand from the cell, her arm was very pale, but it was covered with wildly moving eyeballs, which destroyed any beauty and instead caused a twisted and grotesque disgust. "Look! I'm going to die too, just like them, hee hee ha ha ha." Chen Lun suddenly felt nauseous, his head pounding as if it had been hammered. He felt dizzy, and his body stiffly fell backward. A gasp erupted from the people in the prison. In the moment before he lost consciousness, Chen Lun's mind seemed to hear a voice. Witnessing a mysterious contamination. Sanity value decreased by 1 point. Warning! When sanity value reaches 0, you will enter a death state. Current sanity value is 4/5. Activate character panel. Chapter 2. Name, Chen Lun. Race, Human, Eastern Continent. Template, NPC, Countdown to 1.0 version public beta, 407 days, 5 hours, 18 minutes, 07 seconds. Level, 3. Experience, 0/120. Life, 26/40. Hungry, trauma to the back of the head. Physical strength, 40/60. Sanity, 4/5, slowly recovering. Main occupation, Nun. Sub-occupation, Fisherman LV3. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 6, Endurance 5, Intelligence 3, Faith 3. Special attributes, Charm 7, +2, Willpower 5, Insight 3, Luck 3. Skills, Quick Reflexes LV1, Passive, Seafaring Balance LV1, Passive. Combat Power, 4. Evaluation, a slightly handsome young fisherman, beyond that completely useless, a small piece of trash. A piercing scream awakened Chen Lun. He swiftly climbed up from the ground, knelt, and looked up to see the woman in the opposite cell screaming in agony. Half hidden in darkness, her legs exposed under the firelight were sprouting numerous erratically moving eyeballs. Densely packed and terribly horrific. "Get back! Look again and I'll smash your bones!" With a shout, Chen Lun's view was blocked by a tall, thin shadow. Looking up, he saw a guard standing in front of him, looking down through the bars of the cell. The backlit figure's eyes, full of malice and icy cold, made Chen Lun feel very uncomfortable, but as the situation was out of his control, he silently returned to a corner of the cell and sat down. "Ignorant fool! Wretched creature! Don't be so curious about everything." The guard glared fiercely around at the other people in the cell, his small mustache slightly curving upwards. "Nobody is allowed to look out. Look once, and I'll chop off a fingertip." He adjusted the short sword at his waist, the guard and sheath making a slight, sharp noise as they rubbed together. The inmates of the cell shrank back in fear, turning their heads away from the sight outside. The guard huffed coldly, then turned away satisfied, but continued to grumble under his breath, with Chen Lun faintly hearing him complain about words spoken by the Will monks. "Quick! Move quickly! Batch 4's sacrifice has mutated, get her out and handle it." Quick footsteps resonated in the corridor outside. Chen Lun maintained his bowed head, lifting his eyes only slightly to observe through the corner of his eyes as 3 or 4 guards in leather coats and rimmed hats lifted the woman from the opposite cell, threw her into a sack, and carried her away. They moved very swiftly, not wasting a moment, as if any delay would trigger something terrible. Chen Lun slowly exhaled the foul air from his chest, having already secretly guessed the truth. Based on his many years of gaming experience, the woman was very likely contaminated by something mysterious. Her body had mutated, and once her sanity value dropped to 0, she would completely lose control and turn into a monster. By then, she would definitely be dead, only her body moving, a lump of decaying flesh driven by a mad will. What should I do? Chen Lun began to think. Being in the dungeon, he had no idea of the time outside, but he knew that the nighttime sacrifice was drawing increasingly closer. Sacrifice. The term wasn't hard to understand, but in an era of mystery, a fantasy world containing elements of Thulhu and new strange tales, it only served as a generic term, not merely a sacrifice to the gods. Chen Lun knew very clearly that the Red Apple Church's sacrifices were intended for the mysterious objects they gathered with tremendous human and material resources, and the offerings included various living beings, humans included. But in a way, these so-called sacrifices were more like a form of research. The Red Apple Church had always been covertly researching mysterious objects, attempting to fully grasp the mysterious powers they held. At this moment, Chen Lun's identity was that of a sacrifice for the mysterious object that the group of monks from the Will was responsible for. Mysterious objects in an era of mystery could be understood as spiritual treasures from fantasy martial arts novels, but unlike spiritual treasures, these mysterious objects were even more bizarre and uncontrollable. Their origins were unknown, their mechanisms of effect were unclear, and their characteristics and uses were all mysteries. Even its form of existence was unclear. Common objects such as pens, coffee cups, or a gun, slightly larger items like tables, chairs, or even houses and cars. It could also be animals or living beings, like insects, kittens, puppies, creatures flying in the sky or swimming in the sea. It could even be a person. These mysterious objects, unless a significant or massive number of lives were spent researching and experimenting, no one dared to use them casually, because it was very likely that one might die bizarrely before even beginning to use it. Seeing the woman's grotesque changes just now, Chen Lun thought of a notoriously dangerous mysterious object contaminated by the Red Apple Church. The hallmark of anyone contaminated by it was their body being covered in eyeballs. If it really is that thing. Chen Lun wiped off his cold sweat, feeling a bad premonition. In his previous life, he was not a powerhouse player. Unlike most, he was not keen on pursuing strength, only remaining in the middle tier. Instead, he was more fascinated by the game's background stories and worldviews. His favorite activities, aside from digging into the game's side stories and traveling to experience local customs, were browsing various interesting posts about the era of Mystery World on forums. Chen Lun remembered having read a detailed introduction about the Red Apple Church, which included information about that mysterious object. A great mysterious object, sun-avoiding potted plant. Transformed from a saint who renounced the faith of the sun, it possesses a strong repulsion, especially deadly to the transcendence of the solar system. Legend says that the Tresor Empire's Bixi royal city had to be rebuilt once, and it was all because of it. This mysterious object belongs to one of the bosses of the Red Apple Church, the deathly quiet Nun Floey. Blood rains down on me as I calmly watch the sunflower bow its head after the rain, just as the sunflower watches the sun burn to death. Floey. I hope the sun-avoiding potted plant is not here. Chen Lun felt the sweat flowing more and more, his back soaking wet, with a slightly sticky cold feeling. I don't want to be extremely unlucky and be buried along with these people. I have to find a way to escape quickly. According to the timeline, the sun-avoiding potted plant had not yet been fully mastered by the Red Apple Church at this time. They would definitely keep crazily sacrificing lives to experiment with it, but the problem was that this A-grade mysterious object was too dangerous, like a nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. These damn lunatics keep pushing the limits on the brink of destruction, but I cannot afford to become collateral damage. Chen Lun forced himself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, and thought seriously. He remembered fainting from the loss of sanity value after witnessing the woman's deformation, and it seemed that he had also activated his panel at the last moment. That's right, the panel. Chen Lun hurriedly pulled up his character panel, planning to find a way to save himself from it. After spending several minutes carefully reviewing it, he knitted his brows tightly. First, what caught his attention were his NPC template and the countdown to the public test. The initial joy from the panel's appearance quickly faded because it seemed he had lost his player status and the resurrection ability relied upon as the fourth calamity. It also meant that his life was the only one he had. Meanwhile, the countdown reminded Chen Lun that his current timeline was set 1 year before the opening act of the game, just before version 1.0 when the Red Apple Church rampaged through the Empire. This signified that the Red Apple Church was still in hiding, with strength far less than their period of full glory. On the other hand, since the headquarters of the Red Apple Church was in the royal city, they dared not sacrifice massive numbers of lives to experiment with mysterious objects under the royal family's watchful eyes, hence, Chen Lun guessed that the dungeon he was in must be a remote branch of the church. This also means that they are understaffed here, which is good news. But Chen Lun did not let his guard down, as he still possessed no supernatural abilities, just an ordinary person. As for his inherent fisherman LV3, forget it, would he really show these brutally fierce church guards some high-end fishing skills? The key lies in the charm value. Charm value affected the natural affection of NPCs towards players, along with willpower, insight, and luck points, grouped as special attributes. The special thing about these 4 attributes was that they couldn't be increased by adding points, making them particularly valuable. But the key Chen Lun mentioned was not about using his charm to persuade the guards to let him out, but the additional 2 points in the bracket following his charm value. These are charm values added by equipment. Chen Lun was all too familiar with this, which is why he noticed the key point at a glance. He hurriedly stood up and began searching himself. But like the other prisoners captured, Chen Lun wore only a tattered linen shirt, simply tied at the waist with a cloth band. What could it be? Chen Lun frowned, then suddenly looked down. He had a handmade seashell necklace hanging around his neck. B-grade mysterious object, damaged mermaid's song. Chapter 3. Chen Lun was shocked. A B-level mysterious object. Even though it had the word damaged, it wasn't comparable to ordinary low-end items. In his previous life, he only had one B-level mysterious object, which he obtained as a reward after spending several months diligently digging into a series of hidden quests. At that time, major guilds backed by consortia even offered exorbitant prices to buy various mysterious objects, but there were few willing to sell, as mysterious objects were too precious, especially the ceiling-level B-level mysterious objects of that version. And now, he started the game with one. But Chen Lun, looking at the dirty, cramped cell before him, couldn't help but remain silent, wondering whether this was luck or misfortune. He didn't think too much because what was urgent was to find a way to escape from here. He took off the necklace and observed it carefully in his hand. The casually twisted hemp rope was unremarkable, probably found at random. The focus was on the seashell the size of a fingertip threaded on it, the shell surface bearing intricate spiral patterns. B-level mysterious object, damaged, mermaid's song. Item description, a seashell infused with deep-sea magic power. Putting it to your ear, you might faintly hear the tranquil waves and the enchanting singing, possessing strong hypnosis abilities. Unfortunately, it suffered irreversible damage and retained only a fraction of its power. It seemed to be left behind by a beautiful sea demon, retrieved by a boy from the deep sea and then strung into a necklace with poor craftsmanship. That night, the boy met the sea demon in his dreams, and he grew up. Item effect, upon targeting, a judgment will be made, and those with willpower below 25 points will be affected by hypnosis. Wearing it increases charm +2. Item cost, each use decreases sanity 1. After reading the description, Chen Lun silently put the necklace back around his neck. He was powerless to comment on his original self's dark history. The youthful yearning is always poetic. How could he scorn someone else? Besides, it was just the influence of the mysterious object that caused a spring dream. This boy, who grew up in a small seaside fishing village, was also miserable. Probably, it was because he found this mysterious object that he ended up as an orphan. After all, ordinary people who are in long-term contact with mysterious objects are highly susceptible to corruption, and even if they do not turn into monsters, they could lose their sanity and die in madness. His family members, perhaps, died that way. And the lucky survivor who became an orphan was then targeted by the church and eventually became a sacrifice to the mysterious object. He hadn't even been fed before he was accidentally killed for resisting the guard. Tragic, truly tragic. Chen Lun shook his head inwardly. This was the tone and theme in the era of Mystery World, dark and oppressive, suffocating. Luckily, the ability of this B-level mysterious object was still quite good. Although it didn't possess visibly great destructive power, in certain aspects, it held more value than those mysterious objects used in combat. Because the effect of hypnosis was not simply to put someone to sleep as the literal sense suggests, but it leaned more towards affecting the mystical powers of one's mind. In other words, it could manipulate hearts. For Chen Lun, who was well versed in the plot and future direction, this was a great weapon for levering opportunities. But first, he needed to survive. After understanding his situation, Chen Lun had a vague plan in mind. Clang! At that moment, a loud noise. The iron door of the cell was violently pushed open. The crowd screamed in fright. Chen Lun looked up and saw 2 guards standing at the door. "Shut up!" the mustachioed guards fiercely ordered. The frightened young men and women immediately fell silent, only their unstoppable trembling revealing their panic. "Sister Floey, trouble you!" The other guard took off his hat, slightly bowed with the grace of a noble, but paired with his bald head and fierce smile, it looked both absurd and terrifying. As he stepped back, a petite, delicate figure stepped forward and walked into the cell. Chen Lun gradually widened his eyes. The nun appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, draped in a dark red habit with a white headscarf hanging down like a bridal veil, concealing her hair. Her entire figure was hidden under the red robe, leaving only her pale, delicate face exposed. Unfortunately, the beautiful and sanctimonious face had no expression, like a soulless marionette. "Come and receive the Holy Communion." An ethereal voice emanated from the nun. It was then that Chen Lun regained his senses and noticed that she was holding a plate in her hand, filled with many biscuits and apples. Seeing the nun's harmless appearance and under the impatient urging of the guards, the crowd finally mustered the courage to move forward and take the food. The long imprisonment had left them famished, and they gradually loosened up, picking up the biscuits and apples to eat voraciously. Chen Lun took a biscuit and an apple and silently walked back to the corner. Although he was also very hungry, he did not eat immediately but glanced sideways at the young nun. Floey. This petite girl would become one of the future bosses of the Red Apple Church, known as the Deathly Silent Nun, a supervillain from the Moon faction sequence, a ruthless character who could decimate a city on her own. But currently, she was still just a mortal. Even so, her presence here meant that the chances of the sun-avoiding potted plant also being here were greatly increased. The slight luck in Chen Lun's heart was shattered, and the sense of crisis in his mind surged. What to do? The beheading meal has already been delivered, next will be the sacrifice. Chen Lun secretly panicked. Suddenly, he recalled the description of Floey in the post about the Red Apple Church, along with her complete background and life story. Chen Lun's mind raced, piecing together the previous vague plan until it slowly became clear. Suddenly, his restless heart calmed down, and after taking a deep breath, he touched the necklace on his chest and decided to wait for an opportunity. Perhaps because the beheading meal was somewhat boring, 2 guards glanced at the nun's silhouette and, licking their lips, left first. Nun Floey still stood quietly in place, like a serene saintess statue. In the filthy, dim prison surroundings, she seemed to emit a holy light. The sounds of chewing and munching were incessant around her, but they didn't affect her in the slightest. She just silently fixed her gaze ahead, her eyes seemingly piercing through the hungry crowd, through the cold prison walls, looking at the night and gazing at the moonlight. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the prison echoed with the soft sobs, which, though not loud, were quite piercing. Of course, this successfully caught Floey's attention. She gently shifted her eyes, bringing her gaze back and turning it towards the corner, looking at the dark-haired young man leaning against the wall. The man was of a similar age to her, and though emaciated, he was also handsome. However, due to malnutrition and fatigue from injuries, his complexion was sickly pale. At this moment, his apple and biscuit lay untouched as he sat with his head lowered, shoulders trembling, and cried silently. Floey suddenly furrowed her brows, a slight fluctuation appeared in her eyes. For she faintly heard the young man calling out 2 words that touched her icy heart. Little sister. Chen Lun raised his arm to wipe away his tears, his voice slightly louder. Little sister, where are you? I miss you so much. Floey's breathing became a bit hurried, and she pursed her lips, seemingly hesitant. But in the end, she couldn't resist and took steps toward Chen Lun. What she didn't notice, however, was the smile that appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. Chapter 4. The background of Floey mentioned in the post from the previous life was not extensive. Perhaps it was because the player who wrote the post did not have deep knowledge, but the information was adequate for Chen Lun to come up with a temporary plan of action. Floey was born in a slum. Her father was a gambler, her mother a dancer, and she had a brother who loved her dearly. She was naturally pure and also exceptionally beautiful. The local ruffians and drunkards all wanted to take advantage of her, but fortunately, her brother always stepped up to protect and shield her. Although her brother was beaten and injured each time, he always managed to turn back to her with a bruised and swollen face, smiling broadly, comforting and encouraging her not to be afraid. It seemed that as long as her brother was by her side, she could feel safe and happy. But the good times did not last, as famine and plague enveloped the town. Many civilians died in this natural disaster. Food became increasingly scarce, and prices soared. Floey's already impoverished family could no longer make ends meet. Her lazy father and harsh mother plotted to sell Floey to the family of Baron Nate in town. Although Floey was only 14 and her long-term malnutrition had left her somewhat thin, her features and body had developed, and a future beauty was hidden under her delicate appearance. She would definitely fetch a good price. That's what her parents thought. Of course, even though the family of Baron Nate had a not-so-good reputation. For instance, all the men in the Baron's family had strange or even perverse predilections, and there were frequent rumors of mates dying suddenly. But Floey's greedy parents did not care about these things. Fortunately, Floey's brother prevented their parents from going through with this insane action. To protect his sister, he volunteered to work for the Red Apple Church in exchange for a substantial amount of money. At that time, the Red Apple Church was actively recruiting young adults, claiming it was to build a statue for the deity Rose. But many of the young adults who signed up never returned. The church explained that they were unfortunately involved in accidents at the quarry. Because of the generous compensation, coupled with the church's influence, the incident did not cause much of an uproar. Floey's brother became one of the unfortunate and never returned. Before she could even grieve, she was sold to the church by her cold-hearted parents. It was only because the church was generous, the priest, Carter, who brought the compensation for her brother's death, took a fancy to her, openly stating she was the perfect candidate to serve the deity Rose. "What's wrong?" Floey asked softly. The young man was momentarily stunned by the question and looked up at the nun in the red robe. But he quickly lowered his gaze and turned his head slightly, seemingly not wanting the holy girl to see his tearful, weak display. I miss my sister." "You have a sister?" "Yes." Chen Lun hugged his knees, curled up in the corner of the cell. His mind began to frantically recall scenes from his previous life. He was not lying, he really had a sister. Chen Lun once had a happy family, not wealthy, but without worries for food and clothing. But later, his father passed away young due to a hereditary family disease, and both his sister and he suffered from the same affliction. Unable to cope with the pressures of life, their mother abandoned them and left home. The siblings, who depended only on each other for survival, had to rely on social welfare, but there was no extra money for treatment. Their family's hereditary disease was very complicated. Even with the medical technology available at the time, it required a lot of money to control the disease, which was incurable. Later, his sister also passed away. Chen Lun was devastated. He really had no grand ambitions, he simply wished to see more and broader landscapes in the short time he had left. Fortunately, there was Era of Mystery, a holographic game that allowed him to lie in an old second-hand sleeping pod and experience an exciting life. "We were orphans, our parents left us at a very young age. Although the days I depended on my sister were tough, they were also very happy. Sadly, I can never see her again." Chen Lun spoke slowly and calmly with his head bowed. He reminisced about the bits and pieces with his sister, moved by genuine emotions. There might have been a hint of deliberate sentimentality in the tears, but the sadness was real. Floey could clearly feel the melancholy coming from the young man. That emotion amplified further, involuntarily reminding her of her own brother, and she also overlooked the fleeting glimmer on the necklace around Chen Lun's neck. "Brother." Floey tightened her fingers, appearing to have made a decision. She bent slightly, leaning closer to Chen Lun. "Eat the biscuit, but do not eat the apple, remember." After whispering these words, Floey restored her expressionless demeanor and turned to leave. Gained Floey's affection, bond with Floey established. Initiated a rank hidden chain mission, Serene Nun. Chen Lun was slightly stunned, then filled with great joy. It was just an act, yet he unexpectedly triggered a very rare hidden mission, and an A rank one at that. He fought off the headache after using Mermaid's Song, which again reduced his sanity value by 1, took a deep breath, and hastily perked up to check the mission description. First phase, ensure Floey's survival and rescue her from the Red Apple Church's branch in Emerald Town. Mission considered a failure if Floey dies. Mission reward, 2,000 experience points, 40 silver ducats, Floey's affection, and 1 low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. Note, this mission will draw the animosity and attention of the Red Apple Church, please decide cautiously. Accept. Without any hesitation, Chen Lun decisively accepted the mission. Ignoring what the ultimate reward for the hidden mission was, the reward offered for the first phase was exactly the resource he urgently needed. Moreover, how could he just stand by and watch this poor girl suffer in torment? My biggest flaw is that I like to meddle too much. Alas, being too upright isn't good either, attracting the attention of the Red Apple Church definitely won't end well. He wiped away the remaining tears from his face, almost moved to tears again by his own sense of justice. Although he played the role of the pitiable to gain sympathy, even resorting to using his necklace's hypnosis ability, it was merely to foster a closer relationship with Floey and hopefully increase the chances of escaping this place. Receiving the hidden mission was a pleasant surprise. He had already planned to rescue Floey. In his past life, upon learning about this arch-villain boss's tragic past, he had often felt pity for her. With such an opportunity now, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Chen Lun contemplated his next moves, tearing at the unleavened biscuit in his hand. The biscuit did not taste good, but Chen Lun was so hungry that he quickly devoured it. He heeded Floey's warning, opting not to eat the apple but secretly stuffed it into a mouse hole in the corner of the wall. Soon, Chen Lun noticed something was amiss. The young men and women who had finished their Holy Communion stood up one after another. They had vacant looks and wide-open mouths, smiling foolishly like idiots. Stunned by this scene, Chen Lun realized sitting still would make him stand out, so he quickly stood up. Just then, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the prison, and the shadows on the opposite wall grew closer. Chen Lun cursed under his breath and immediately mimicked the vacant-eyed, wide-mouthed, drooling smile of those around him. He blended perfectly into the group. Chapter 5. Footsteps quickly stopped in front of the prison door. Chen Lun saw a tall middle-aged man flanked by 2 guards holding torches, blocking the prison's iron gate. Floey followed at his side, her head slightly bowed. The man was clad in a deep red monk robe, and the short cape around his neck and elbows, as well as the black rectangular panel with white edges that hung from his chest to his crotch, and in his hand, he held a large tome. Just these few. The middle-aged man with brown hair furrowed his brow, glanced over the situation in the cell, and turned to question the guards with small mustaches. His tone was deliberately arrogant, tinged with impatience and anxiety. Yes, yes, Monk will. Stidden and his bunch of good-for-nothings, the offerings they find get fewer each time. If that damned fat pig could spend more effort on the church's intentions rather than on eating, drinking, and making money, I'd have been able to leave this god-forsaken town long ago. Monk will showed great anger. Chen Lun could even see his spit flying everywhere, landing on the faces of the guards with small mustaches. The corners of the mustachioed guard's eyes twitched, but he dared not say anything. He should repent. Kneel in Lady Rose's garden and repent. Monk will grew increasingly irate as if he'd been holding back for a long time and now was erupting. Hurry up! Take them to chamber No. 7. Yes, Lord Will. The mustachioed guard immediately entered the cell with the torch and raised a hand to whistle at the group of sacrifices. Chen Lun noticed a simple red apple tattoo on the back of his hand, perhaps an identifier of the church's guardians. Whoosh! The whistle sounded as if it had some magic power, making the foolish young men and women laugh stupidly as they lined up and walked out of the prison door one by one. Seeing this, Chen Lun couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful for Floey's warning not to eat that apple. Otherwise, with his miserly 5 points of willpower, he definitely couldn't have passed the test. He would have ended up as an easily manipulated fool, obediently queuing up for death. Bang! Chen Lun suddenly felt a huge force and pain, followed by him falling to the ground face first like a dog eating dirt. His face hit the hard floor, nearly knocking out his front teeth. Damn it! Playing dirty, hey! Although he didn't check with his hand, Chen Lun was certain his teeth were loose, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. The intense pain was one thing, but what was unbearable for him was that those damned church guards never wiped their boots. The ground was full of cow dung and dog feces brought in by their shoes, even building up in thick layers. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit and continued to act the fool, maintaining a stupid grin and vacant gaze. Move quicker! You damn clod! Monk Will vented his anger on Chen Lun, who was at the very end of the line. He kicked Chen Lun in the stomach twice more, nearly vomiting out his gall. "Just you wait." Chen Lun gritted his teeth in silence. Enduring the severe pain, he picked himself up and continued to follow the line forward. Along the way, Chen Lun noted that this underground prison was vast, with at least a dozen cells. But it seemed to hold not many prisoners, with many empty rooms. This didn't mean that the church had victimized fewer people, on the contrary, it was because there were too many that they now faced a supply and demand crisis. After several twists and turns, the group of sacrifices, including Chen Lun, arrived at the door of a huge underground chamber. On one side hung a wooden sign smeared with blood, on which a number 7 could be vaguely seen. Entering the chamber, the scene inside appeared very spacious. Apart from the torches hanging on the walls all around, there was only a large square altar in the center. On the altar lay an old leather-bound notebook. 3 or 4 guards wearing leather coats and brimmed hats saluted Monk Will with torches in hand, then Monk Will gestured with his hand. "We can begin now." The mustachioed guard nodded, then blew his whistle again. The man at the front of the sacrifice line walked straight onto the altar, flipped open the leather notebook, and began reading. The environment was incredibly quiet, except for the faint noise of the torches burning, only the rustling sound of the notebook pages being turned could be heard. But suddenly, a painful and loud wailing broke the silence. "Ah! Ah!" Chen Lun only saw that the man appeared to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He straightened up, his hands covering his eyes and his mouth wide open to an exaggerated degree, as he let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and fell straight backward, his arched body no longer moving, dead with its limbs twisted in an unnatural pose. Chen Lun couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Goodness, sanity straight down to 0, ruled an instantaneous death. What on earth is the level of this mysterious object? It's not another one on the level of the sun-avoiding potted plant, is it? He secretly wiped sweat from his brow, as there were only a few people in their team, and it was almost his turn. The first man's death didn't cause any stir, the rest of the group was indifferent to the sight, still with the same dumbfounded expressions. Floey merely lifted her eyelids to glance at the scene and then lowered her gaze again as if she had long since become numb to it. Monk Will seemed increasingly impatient, making several hand gestures to signal the man with the mustache to quickly continue. "Whew!" The mustachioed man whistled, and the next woman stepped forward to flip through the notebook. But, predictably, within a few seconds, she fell to the ground screaming like the previous sacrifice, dying painfully with her hands covering her eyes. "Ah! Ah! 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 Ah!" The young men and women in the same room with Chen Lun, one after another, read the weird leather notebook, all without exception experiencing a terrible, invisible assault. Their sanity values dropped to 0, and they died on the spot, mad. One man even became uncontrollably deranged due to the mysterious contamination. He trembled uncontrollably as if he were a gravely ill old man. His muscles and bones scattered like a disrupted jigsaw puzzle. But instead of dying immediately, he turned into a writhing mass of flesh that even tried to attack those around him. Luckily, Monk Will reacted in time, commanding the guardians to hack him to pieces, then stuffed the remains in a sack and dragged it away. Only a pool of corrupt blood remained, evidence that what had just happened wasn't an unfounded nightmare. Damn it! Useless! Total mess! Monk Will cursed furiously. The unsuccessful sacrifice had made him lose all patience. The pressure from the church and the priest, along with the torment of having no hope of leaving, made him extremely frantic. "You!" Monk Will pointed at Chen Lun, his gaze full of malice enveloping the latter. "It's your turn now, the last sacrifice." He strode up to Chen Lun. Seeing the latter with a foolish look on his face, his collar soaked with drool, Monk Will couldn't help but recoil in disgust and covered his nose. "If you fail again, I'll chop you to pieces and bury you in Lady Rose's garden. Do you understand?" Chen Lun grinned foolishly, as if he heard nothing. Monk Will seemed to realize it was useless to talk to a fool and took a deep breath, instructing the man with the mustache to whistle. "Whew!" The whistle sounded the very next second. Chen Lun's heart tightened suddenly. What should I do? Should I make a move? No. My sanity value can't sustain the continuous use of the hypnosis necklace, and with my current condition, I wouldn't survive 2 strikes from a guardian, there's just no chance of success. Run? That won't work either. There are several great gates in the underground prison, and without keys, they can't be opened. Not to mention the unknown number of guardians outside, I probably wouldn't even make it out of this dungeon. He fought back the urge to bolt and slowly lifted his foot. Then he moved laboriously towards the altar. With each step, the altar loomed larger in his vision. The weird leather notebook lay quietly on it, waiting for Chen Lun to open it, to leaf through it. And then to die miserably like the previous sacrifices. Chen Lun knew that with his paltry 5 points of willpower, he wouldn't withstand the contamination, there was no chance of surviving. Finally, with trembling hands, he picked up the notebook. Chapter 6. Please stop the sacrifice first, Monk Will. Floey spoke slowly. Whoosh. The sound of a whistle rose. Chen Lun ceased his actions and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Monk Will, maintaining his raised hand gesture, turned his head to look at Floey with an unfriendly expression. I hope you have something more important than the sacrifice, Nun. Floey looked at Will emotionlessly, shook her head slightly, and said in an ethereal voice. The sacrifice is the supreme command, but the priest has said to prioritize the offerings for Team 4. This notebook has already consumed too many resources and efforts. Since there are no results, there is no need for further senseless waste. Damn it! Will angrily threw the bulky item onto the ground. Don't you threaten me with that old guy, Bikey. He walked up to Floey, pinched her face, and looked down intently into her beautiful eyes. I know researching that shitty plant secretly transported from the headquarters is his most urgent task, but it's not mine. This place isn't ruled by him. Will pushed Floey away harshly, then turned around. Continue. Under his command, the man with the mustache blew the whistle again. Chen Lun reluctantly opened the notebook. Whoosh. The title page flipped open, revealing densely packed peculiar handwritten text. His eyes gradually widened, and his pupils constricted. Ah! Ah! Chen Lun was seen clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, screaming incessantly. His body contorted as he struggled, exhibiting the same symptoms as the previously dead sacrifices. Floey furrowed her brow, pursed her lips, and watched Chen Lun rolling on the ground with a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. On her pale face was a red mark left by Will's rough hand, which evoked pity. Monk Will clenched his fist in disappointment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, and a few guards immediately stepped forward. They picked up the ready sacks and started stuffing the corpses into them, preparing to clean up and remove them all together. The man with the mustache approached Chen Lun's body, which remained in a twisted pose, motionless. Just as he was about to lift the body into the sack, he suddenly heard a faint, eerie whisper in his ear. The mustached man was momentarily startled. Upon listening closely, he discovered that the source of the voice was the very corpse at his side. It was talking. The mustached man jumped back in reflex. What's wrong? Did the corpse scare you, you fool? Will asked, his face darkening. No, not that, Monk Will. The mustached man's eyes widened as he pointed at Chen Lun's body. It's talking. By rows above, it's really talking. What? The body is talking? Will was taken aback, but then a thrilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He strode over to Chen Lun's body, squatted beside it, and bent down to listen. The murmured phrases were coming through faintly. It indeed was speaking. Will listened quietly to the content, which seemed to be saying. Long ago, an old man was gathering herbs on a mountain and stumbled upon a cave, its entrance hidden and dim, surrounded by bizarre jagged rocks. Will's pupils shivered. His astonished expression turned into ecstasy the next moment. Quick! Help this guy up! Will's hands trembled in excitement as he pointed at Chen Lun. He is the only sacrifice who did not die in the ritual. He understood the notebook's content. Nun, quickly note down what he's saying. The mustached man and the other few guards looked at each other, then forcefully pulled Chen Lun up from the ground. Chen Lun remained with a foolish expression, sitting atop the altar and murmuring strange words as if possessed by an evil god. Soon, a guard clad in a leather coat and brimmed hat rushed over with pen and paper, handing them to Floey for her to record in real time. Floey took the paper and pen, raising her eyes curiously at this man who had not died in the sacrifice. Only she knew in her heart that Chen Lun had not consumed the apple, he was not being manipulated. This was all an act. Yet she could not stop the ritual process, nor did she know what he had seen in the notebook, nor what state he was in at that moment. Floey's heart stirred slightly. The old man rescued a pangolin in the cave, and the pangolin told him that it had accidentally dug through Gourd Mountain, releasing snake monsters and scorpion demons. But it had 7 gem-like seeds. After these seeds grew and sprouted, they could foster life as powerful as gods and demons. The pangolin also said. Including Priest Will, everyone listened intently to Chen Lun's narration. The pangolin also said. Will grew increasingly impatient, but Chen Lun just kept repeating those 2 words. What else did the pangolin say? Speak up. Hurry up and speak. Will grabbed Chen Lun's lapel in one swift motion, completely forgetting that it was still covered in the latter's drool. But Chen Lun, as if stuck in a loop, kept repeating just those 2 words, no more information forthcoming. Damn it! Will was extremely frantic. Chen Lun watched his flustered look, barely holding back his laughter, keeping a facade of ignorance as if he only knew how to babble. Ignoring Will, his attention shifted to the notification that had popped up when he opened the notebook earlier. You have uncovered hidden supernatural pathways, complete. Destiny Faction Sequence 9 Beast Tamer. You have met the promotion requirements. Would you like to make this your main occupation? Hidden Paths. Chen Lun suppressed his joy, silently choosing yes in his heart. On his panel, the main occupation column went from blank to suddenly displaying an entry. Main occupation, Sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV1, Destiny Faction. The notifications triggered by the notebook weren't just these. You have discovered a mystic book of the Destiny Faction. Beast Tamer's Handbook, progress 4%. Through careful reading, you gained 40 experience points. Through careful reading and comprehension, you have gained the skill Beast Speech. Beast Speech LV1. Skill description: years of beast taming have allowed you to barely understand the language and emotions of animals, enabling you to communicate with them rudimentarily. But please promise me, don't make them solve calculus problems anymore, okay? Treating animals kindly is everyone's responsibility, after all, they haven't asked you to eat their excrement, have they? Chen Lun hadn't paid much attention earlier, but looking at it now made his face darken further. If someone were to draw a crescent moon on his forehead right now, he could immediately debut as Judge Bao on the spot. Chen Lun began to reflect on himself. He had erred, tremendously. Due to the Red Apple Church's style of operating, their obsession with mysterious objects was substantial. Furthermore, with the continuous deaths of the previous offerings, he had prematurely assumed that the sacrificial object would be a high-level mysterious object. Yet, he had overlooked one fact. Apart from himself, other NPCs couldn't see the panel. They couldn't trigger quests, let alone receive quest items. Thus, in their eyes, Philip's diary was just a book containing mystic contamination, a mysterious object. But in front of Chen Lun, it was merely a simple quest item. Though he wasn't a player, he still retained certain privileges only players have. Chen Lun let out a long sigh of relief. Having narrowly escaped one disaster, he resolved to lay low for a while. Revenge is a dish best served, even 10 days is too late. Once he finished reading the hidden content in the diary, the Beast Tamer's Handbook, and accumulated enough experience points, he was determined to show them a thing or two. I understand now. Will thought for a long while, as if he had realized something. He only flipped through the first 2 pages of the notes, that's why he saw so little. His expression became increasingly excited, and his breathing grew more rapid. But from the broken phrases he recounted just now, the notes must record lost, valuable mythical history, and they might conceal supernatural knowledge not known to mankind. Great! This is excellent! Will, struggling to contain his nearly insane joy, ordered with a flush face for the guards to take Chen Lun away. At the last moment, he hesitated, then added. Give him something good to eat and let him have a bath. I've had enough of his pig-like stench. We need him to continue deciphering the notes for the church. Yes, Priest Will. Chapter 7. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. The sunless life in the underground prison made it so Chen Lun could only gauge the passage of time by the number of times and the frequency with which the guard delivered meals. During this period, he had made no small amount of progress. Every day, he was taken to cell number 7 to interpret the diary, while Floey was responsible for standing by and recording the mythical history he dictated. As more and more content was recorded, Will's mood gradually became less volatile. It seemed that the monk was beginning to see a bright future full of hope, and his spirits improved day by day. But Chen Lun just couldn't stand to see him that content and immediately slowed the pace, sharing less content by the day, much like certain authors whose writings became increasingly brief. Will felt like strangling Chen Lun on the spot, but he dared not. Because, So far, Chen Lun was the only one who could survive in front of the diary, and the only one who could interpret its contents. Will even had to wait on him hand and foot, lest his impatience caused Chen Lun to read too much and lead to an irreversible accident. He was firmly in Chen Lun's grip. Chen Lun had advanced the Hidden Beast Tamer's handbook within the diary to more than halfway, amassing about 500 experience points in various small increments. Beyond that, his luck exploded again as he comprehended another exclusive skill of the Beast Tamer. Animal Mimicry LV1. Skill description: by spending a long time with animals, you've learned to perceive certain techniques and traits from them, thereby obtaining superhuman strength that humans do not possess. Humans have limits, so stop trying to be human. But remember this, you're supposed to learn their strengths, not their quirks or specialties. If you have a genuine interest in things like headless fish or dead crabs, then pretend I didn't say anything. Clang. The prison door was opened once again. Floey walked in, holding a tray. Chen Lun stopped his push-ups and contemplation to get up and greet her. You're here. Chen Lun first peeked into the corridor to check for any guards nearby and, finding none, he took the bread and mushroom soup from her hands and thanked her. He took advantage of the guards' slacking off periods to secretly exercise, and even though this did little to boost his attributes, in his current dire situation, every little bit helped. Prison workouts were nothing to be ashamed of. In his previous life, he worked out at home in the same way, and it worked brilliantly. His body deteriorated by the day. In truth, it was just because his hereditary disease was so stubborn that exercise was no longer effective, and his fate when he would die remained unchanged. You're doing weird exercises again. Floey sat down beside Chen Lun and watched as he voraciously tore at the bread. These past few days, she would occasionally take advantage of the times the guards sneaked out for a drink to come over, and with increased contact with Chen Lun, she grew more and more curious about this man. In such an environment, he didn't seem to be afraid and even managed to convey a sense of optimism and positivity to her. Strange indeed. But Floey enjoyed this feeling. Ever since her brother died, she had been abandoned by her cold-hearted parents and was eventually sold to the Red Apple Church. Everything she saw and heard was among the darkest and most blood-stained in the world. Plus the malicious words from the guards, the crude and harsh languages of Monk Will every day, and the occasional glimpse of evil intent in Priest Carter's eyes, had made Floey, already pessimistic and numb, even more desperate. But after getting close to Chen Lun, she found the sense of peace and security she once had when she was with her brother. Chen Lun ate quickly and choked, managing to swallow his food only after drinking a hot sip of soup. Yeah, exercising. He put down his bowl, turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and felt an indescribable, strange emotion. She was a significant figure in the future, one that could make players cry out for their fathers and mothers. Chen Lun had seen more than one call to arms post on the forums attempting to rally players to fight her, but every time they ended up soundly defeated, in total disarray. No matter if you were a top-ranked player or a wealthy major guild, all were but flies to be swatted in front of the renowned dead silent nun. Perhaps in the future, players might conquer Floey, but in that version of the game, she was the ceiling, the insurmountable challenge, and remained so for several versions after. It wasn't just players who grew stronger, NPCs did too. Era of Mystery was a complete and authentic world, where every character had their own trajectory in life, their own growth. They were flesh and blood, had their own souls. This was the enduring charm of the game all along. Even so, no matter how often Floey tormented the players, they still sought her out, day after day, as if she were their first love. It wasn't just because she had stunning looks and a first-class temperament, but also because of her regrettably tragic backstory. Alright, the vast majority of players were admittedly drawn to her because of her beauty. In that major update, countless players harbored complex feelings towards Floey, a mixture of love and hate they could not easily forget. Chen Lun was no exception. But what he cared about most was Floey's miserable fate. He knew that Floey's strength was inseparable from the A-grade mysterious object, sun-avoiding potted plant. And this was the crux of the tragedy. Floey had been cultivated from the very beginning to serve as the vessel for the sun-avoiding potted plant, a pawn of the church. They had ruthlessly snuffed out the innocence of a young girl and crudely forged her into a humanoid weapon. This also resulted in Floey's eventual erasure of personality, turning into a soulless shell at the mercy of the Red Apple Church's sharp blade. Chen Lun had once lamented this, but he was powerless to change it. Because this was the setting of the game, and Floey's destiny had been determined from the moment the players entered its world. But now, I can change her destiny. Chen Lun thought to himself. A faint smile appeared on his face. Floey blinked in surprise, then quickly averted her gaze. Are you planning to escape from here? Yes. Chen Lun admitted bluntly and then fell silent for a moment. I plan to take you with me. Floey's gaze snapped back to Chen Lun, her eyes widening. Don't look at me like that, I'm serious. Chen Lun wore a serious expression. I can tell that you don't really like it here, but you feel trapped, unable to leave. Floey remained silent. He raised his palm, bent his index finger, and moved it slightly, a glimmer of light flashing at his fingertip. Then he opened his mouth slightly and emitted a sharp, squeaky sound, identical to that of a rodent. Quickly, under Floey's astonished gaze, 7 or 8 fist-sized black rats swarmed from the corners and crevices of the cell, gathering at Chen Lun's feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One of the rats jumped into Chen Lun's palm, rearing up and squeaking at him. Chen Lun responded, and his small companions at his feet occasionally added their input, prompting him to nod in reply. They say there are 3 layers here, a total of 14 iron doors, with the great gate leading to the surface being especially sturdy. Also, there are more than 20 guardians scattered about. Floey covered her small mouth, and it took her a while to confirm softly. You are a transcendent. Chen Lun nodded and waved to disperse the group of rats. Now I believe you can take me away. What do you need me to do? Floey pursed her lips, her small hand hidden beneath the red robe clutching tightly. Ever since her brother died, she hadn't experienced such a surge of emotion, not even when her parents betrayed her and had remained silent through it all. Only those who have been through the darkness yearn more for the light. Chen Lun leaned in closer and began to whisper in Floey's ear. I need you to do this, whispering indistinct sounds. Floey felt the warmth by her ear, slightly uncomfortable, her cheeks beginning to flush. Yet at the same time, the light in her eyes grew brighter. Chapter 8. What are you staring for? Let's go. Chen Lun stood at the prison door, turned his head back, and spoke to Floey. Go. The latter was still immersed in the plan Chen Lun had laid out, sitting in place without coming back to reality. It's time for the sacrifice today, don't forget that my identity is still that of the sacrifice here. Chen Lun shrugged his shoulders. To tell the truth, he was looking forward to this. If he wasn't afraid of arousing Will's suspicion by looking at the notebook for too long, he would prefer to live in the basement, taking care of all his eating, drinking, and other needs right on that altar. There was no chance of deciphering it. Philip's words in the diary were pleasant to hear, and he loved it there. Floey uttered an "oh" in response, obediently stood up, and briskly walked out of the prison, leading Chen Lun towards chamber number 7. Just then, the little mustached man who had been slacking off returned with another guard. Chen Lun instantly got into character, turning back into the drooling simpleton. The slightly alcohol-scented little mustache broke into a smile and tipped his hat in a salute. Sister Floey, you really are a troublemaker. Floey responded coolly, her eyes always looking straight ahead. As they brushed past one another, the other guard turned his head and unabashedly swept his gaze over Floey's figure. The malice in his eyes seemed to want to penetrate her wide dark red robe and see the scenery beneath. Floey, sensing something, slightly furrowed her brow. The guard licked his lips and chuckled softly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt his vision darken. Squeak, 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 squeak. Several bats, appearing out of nowhere, flew onto his face, their sharp claws slashing across his eyes. Ah! The guard cried out in pain, swatting his hands to fend off the bats, but they seemed fixated on him, chaotically tearing at his face with their sharp teeth. After struggling for a while, he managed to drive the bats away, but just as the bats took off. Slap! The little mustache delivered another heavy slap to his face, sending 2 teeth flying out with blood. This guard collapsed to the ground with a bloodied face, his torn eyes no longer seeing clearly. He was confused and frightened, utterly stunned. What happened? What happened? Hey buddy, I was only trying to help you. Okay, I admit I might have been a bit too forceful, but I really... Bastard! The little mustache's drunken haze instantly cleared as he saw his companion draw the short sword from his waist. Whoa, calm down. Calm down. The little mustache placed one hand on the hilt of his own sword and stepped back a few paces, but the guard, burning with anger, had already started to lose his sanity. Stop it! You 2 idiots! Just as he was about to take action, Monk Will arrived at the scene in time. He strode forward, his face grave as he reprimanded the two guards. Out of respect for the monk's usual authority, they could only bow their heads and take the scolding. Throughout the whole incident, none of them noticed the inaudible sound emanating from the mouth of the simpleton standing by, giggling foolishly, nor the faint glow that flashed from the shell necklace on his chest. Having sent the guards away, Will, still bristling with indignation, walked up to Floey, glanced at the idiotic sacrifice behind her, and his eyes flashed with disgust. "Well done, Nun, but you made me wait too long." "I am sorry, Monk Will." Will snorted coldly and turned to walk towards chamber number 7. "Now let's move quickly." Floey didn't say another word, tugged at Chen Lun's sleeve, and followed Will's pace. Soon, the three of them arrived again at the familiar basement. Back here, Chen Lun felt as comfortable as if he were at home, delighted. After Will whistled, he couldn't wait to step forward and opened Philip's diary. Rustle rustle. Through careful reading of the Beast Tamer's Handbook, progress 63%, you've gained 10 experience points. You've gained 10 experience points. Chen Lun entered a mode of leveling up through reading, voraciously absorbing the knowledge within, watching experience points swish into his grasp, filled with a sense of accomplishment. If Will wasn't staring at him with eager eyes, he might have even exclaimed to himself, "Knowledge changes destiny." When the progress in the Beast Tamer's Handbook reached 70%, Chen Lun chose to stop. His time was limited, and looking too long would likely arouse Will's suspicion, so he needed to plan his time wisely. He flipped through his notes again, arriving at today's leisure activity commenting on the diary. Solar calendar 4399, February 23, clear skies. I can truly say I'm a genius in every respect. Since I stepped into the mystic realm of the supernatural sequence, I've met countless people, none as genius as me, ha, ha. Chen Lun maintained a stiff, silly smile as he quickly skipped past these unimportant bits. After flipping through a few pages, he suddenly stopped his fingers. I'm very fortunate that at the stage when I had just advanced to Sequence 9 Beast Tamer, I developed and created this skill using my cleverness and intellect. I named it Friend of Animals. Without it, how could I possibly have such a wonderful life? That was truly an incomparable experience, the majesty of the female brown bear, the wild nature of the lioness, the frenzy of the zebra herd. Dolphins are the cutest, mwah, nice. Oh, I forgot, except for the males, that feeling was terrible. Chen Lun looked at the bottom of this page of the diary where there was also a crudely drawn smiley face. He slowly closed the notebook and shut his eyes. Philip, oh Philip. One's hobbies can be unusual but should never be immoral, brother. Chen Lun looked at the notebook in his hands with disgust. Resolved to continue tomorrow, tisk tisk. From the corner of his eye, he saw Will's face turning angry with impatience, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. So he slowly opened his mouth to start murmuring about that unfinished forgotten myths about 7 gourds. Floey was very dutiful in lifting her quill, ready to scribe on the parchment. The purple angel got lost in a poisonous mist, not recognizing her great-grandfather and her 6 angelic brothers after she was born. She shot beams of light with the mysterious object called the purple gourd, shattering her brothers' hearts, causing them to fight and kill each other. In the end, she sucked them into the purple gourd, and the great-grandfather wept tears known as sadness. Will's eyes reddened with excitement. He kept urging Chen Lun to continue, instructing Floey to record every word precisely. Rose above. I actually peeled back dense layers of history, understanding the true essence of the olden days. He grew increasingly uncontrollable in his frenzy. Yes, that's right. It can't be wrong. They correspond exactly to the 7 true gods of the current world, this is their history. But who is that supreme great-grandfather? The serpent and scorpion demon that pushed them to desperation, who could they be? Will's intense curiosity had him staring fixedly at Chen Lun, waiting for the latter to reveal the answers. But Chen Lun once again cut off at a critical juncture, perfectly timed. All he could keep muttering was pangolin, snake, scorpion. These 3 nouns repeated back and forth as he entered the loop mode. Will was inflamed with impatience, the veins on his forehead prominently visible. At the same time, he couldn't help but speculate if there were some truths hidden within. Maybe it's symbolic of a high-sequence pathway in the supernatural realm. Floey set down her quill and softly expressed her own conjecture. Monk Will, upon hearing it, had a moment of realization, his face lighting up. I understand now. Chapter 9. Will, although notorious for his low character, wasn't entirely devoid of virtues. For instance, he had a high work efficiency that Chen Lun greatly admired. Believing he had understood some truth, Monk Will quickly called the guards and had them fetch a poisonous snake, a scorpion, and a pangolin. Snakes and scorpions were easy enough, but pangolins were a bit harder to find. Fortunately, the dungeon was built in the wild, right next to barren hills. After some effort, the guards finally caught a dozing pangolin in a cave. Too slow, you idiots! The guards, carrying iron cages and glass jars, rushed over but were met not with praise from Will but a tongue lashing instead. Several guards, including a small mustached one, hung their heads in reprimand, feeling a bit unjustly treated in their hearts. Monk Will didn't care about that and took the 3 adorable little creatures from them. After sending all the guards out, he placed them in front of Chen Lun on the altar. Chen Lun silently commended Will's dedication to service. He continued to feign ignorance and first opened the small iron cage with the pangolin, taking it out. The pangolin was a little dim-witted, lying still on Chen Lun's hands. You have used the skill Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Ant eating. You have learned to eat ants, termites being your favorite, though bees aren't off limits. The corners of Chen Lun's mouth twitched as he activated the skill again. You have used the skill Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Tree climbing. You have learned to climb trees, where you can be the happy creature you're meant to be. Chen Lun cursed inwardly and once again expended physical strength to release the skill. Physical strength quickly dropped below half, and he felt as if he had been through 3 fierce battles in a row, drained and trembling. You have used the skill Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Burrowing. You have learned to dig and are extremely proficient at it, being able to excavate passable or concealed tunnels in the ground or walls in a short time. Heave-ho, at last! Chen Lun suppressed the joy in his heart, gently stroking the little pangolin's head as a sign of encouragement. Monk Will, on the other hand, stared unblinkingly but couldn't discern what Chen Lun was actually doing. For in his eyes, Chen Lun was just smiling stupidly at the foolish pangolin and then creepily touching it. By now, Chen Lun's plans for the day had been perfectly achieved. He planned to make a clean getaway, his contributions hidden deep. To return tomorrow. Chen Lun knew that if things ended here, Will would not be convinced, so he decided to throw in something cryptic to steady him, letting him ponder over it slowly. Earth, vast earth, the sin of greed. Looking at the pangolin in his hands, Chen Lun, with a quick twist of thought, came up with a mystic supernatural sequence pathway that somewhat fit. Sequence 9, Tomb Robber. So he spouted some terms after making them up on the fly. Then, with an he fell to the ground, unconscious. Will immediately showed an expression of not understanding, but profoundly shocked. The Earth Faction's supernatural sequence pathway, the sin of greed. Could he be referring to those people from the History and Ritual Association? Will racked his brains, and a glimmer of light flashed through his mind, his expression slowly becoming grave and serious. Based on the bad news received from other churches recently, and snippets of clues, he quickly pieced everything together and found a clear direction. No, this message is important, I must pass it on to the bishop immediately. Will casually instructed Floey to take Chen Lun away, while he himself hastened out, laden with heavy thoughts. Only after the footsteps had faded away. You can get up now. Floey squatted down and whispered softly. Chen Lun didn't move a muscle. Floey slightly frowned and poked Chen Lun's body with her finger. Still, he didn't move a muscle. Did he really pass out? Floey turned her head to glance at the basement door, finding no guards nearby. She continued to look down at the young man in front of her, with his slightly curly black hair somewhat long, messily draping over his face. It appeared very clean, probably due to a recent bath. She hadn't had the opportunity to observe closely before, but she had to admit that he was indeed handsome. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze quickly shifting first to Floey, then sweeping over the surroundings. He swiftly got up and patted the dust off his body. All right, let's go. Floey was startled for a moment, then silently smiled and nodded. Just as they were about to leave the basement, she suddenly turned her head to Chen Lun and said. Priest Carter is about to return. If you truly plan to take me with you, then please hurry. He is also a transcendent, with formidable power. I have witnessed him single-handedly kill a band of 20 robbers with ease. Chen Lun stopped in his tracks. Priest, hey? He had already learned about his geographical location through Floey, the remote town of Emerald Town in the eastern part of the Tressa Empire, and this priest was the person in charge of the Red Apple Church's local branch, commonly known as the Big Boss. Even if it was just a minor place, it was still the Red Apple Church, a major force that ravaged the entire empire in game version 1.0. This priest was not to be underestimated. I know, don't worry, it's almost ready. Another deep night came 2 days later. The jail where Chen Lun was held was very quiet. However, curiously, there was no one there, only the large black rats that occasionally scurried out from beneath the pile of straw in the corner. These rats had tiny rocks and soil in their mouths and on their little paws, nimbly slipping out of the jail cell. They were very cautious, stopping now and then to listen and sniff, only moving when the guards weren't paying attention, and in the blink of an eye, vanishing to who knows where. But after a while, they would run back again, over and over. Suddenly, the pile of straw heaved up, shook twice, then was gently pushed aside, and a dirty hand emerged from below. Following closely was Chen Lun's sweaty head. He climbed out from underground not too quickly nor too slowly, then carefully covered the pile of straw back up. The whole process was smooth and nearly silent. Chen Lun sat on the ground, letting out a breath. He casually scattered the prepared breadcrumbs, and the big black rats swarmed over, happily taking their rewards and departing. After 2 days and nights of hard work, I've finally dug my way out. Chen Lun wiped off his sweat, smiled, and grabbed a handful of clean straw to wipe his hands while thinking to himself. To avoid attracting the attention of the church, he could only dig when the guards slacked off. And these times were mostly at night and deep into the night because the little mustached one would always coax the others to go out drinking and causing trouble. There were few people left in the nearby cells, and it had been a long time since the church sent any new prisoners over. Chen Lun was grateful for the emptiness of the place, which reduced the likelihood of being discovered. But to increase his chances of escape, he deliberately dug a longer distance for the tunnel, so he wouldn't be caught as soon as he emerged, hence the extra time spent. Tomorrow, I'll finish reading the Beast Tamer's Handbook, and everything will be ready. Just wait and see if I don't take care of you. Chapter 10. Late at night. On the western edge of Emerald Town, a towering, solemn Gothic building stood, its spires adorned with 2 angel reliefs on the exterior walls. The angels held a basket of fruits, filled with bountiful red apples, crowding around a goddess whose face was unclear. An elderly man with brown hair, dressed in a deep red robe, slowly walked along the desolate street. He wore a gold apple pendant on his chest and held a large tome of scriptures in his hands. The elderly man finally stopped at the entrance of the church. The moon has many believers, missing a few doesn't matter, does it? He chuckled, pulling out a vial the size of a pinky finger from his bosom, filled about 2/3 with blood. The blood gently swirled inside the vial, emitting faintly glowing bubbles. Hopefully, it will enjoy this delicacy. The old man stepped onto the stairs and strode into the church. Snap, snap, snap. The next morning, Chen Lun was awakened by the slap of Brother Will. Well, in fact, he had been awake earlier, but since it was all part of the act, one shouldn't give up on the last day. However, Chen Lun decided he shouldn't suffer without payback, so he noted this in his little book against Brother Will. Lazy swine! Get up, it's time to fulfill your great endeavor. Brother Will looked at the foolish young man and disgustedly kicked him twice. Let's go. He adjusted his monk's robe, stood up straight and confidently, and left the cell. Floey pressed her lips tightly, glanced at Chen Lun, and followed closely behind with a cold expression. Whistle. The small mustache blew the whistle. Chen Lun grinned foolishly, and obediently walked out. When everyone re-entered the basement number 7, Chen Lun suddenly felt a bit reluctant. What a great place for leveling, and they were about to leave it. He was very familiar with the workflow, and upon hearing the whistle, he immediately got to work. Pretending to be controlled, he obediently climbed onto the altar and went through the notes, his actions so sincere he could be called a model sacrifice. By reading carefully, you gain 70 experience points. You have completely read the mystic book Beast Tamer's Handbook, Progress 100. You have earned 1 skill point and 2 attribute points. Through careful reading, you have realized the skill Friend of Animals. Friend of Animals of Max, passive. Skill description, you seem to have a unique attraction that makes animals very close to you. Even the most cold-blooded and irritable beasts are willing to befriend you. When interacting with animals, charm plus 10. Hey, Friend, I believe you have finished my book and learned my skills. No need to thank me, I just want to benefit more people, allowing them to experience a wonderful life different from others. For some reason, every time Chen Lun saw Philip's message, he felt a violent urge. He flipped to the last page of the notes, and the content of the diary was also nearing its end. Solar calendar 4407, February 4th, cloudy. Ahaha, Queller, that old fellow truly is a big shot in the rat's nest, I totally couldn't match him after he transformed. Gargoyle's skin greatly restrains me, not to mention he is a sequence higher than me. They stole everything from my teacher, honor, status, even life. They are the most disgusting thieves in this world. But I may not have a chance for revenge anymore, because I am about to die. To kill me, those stinky rats really spared no expense. Endless alchemical potions worth hundreds of gold pounds each were thrown at my face, oh heavens, they even ruined my handsome looks. Maybe this is destiny, stepping onto this extraordinary path of the Destiny faction, I knew this day would come. I will miss the days of traveling, my dear Maggie, I will think of you. Philip. Oh yes, I have hidden all my savings and the extraordinary items I collected over the years in the backyard underground of Viscount Pompey's house, I dug a. The diary abruptly ended there, the ink trailing off into a long slanted line as if the writer's hand had dragged the pen down while falling. Chen Lun closed the notebook, sighing softly. The timeline in the diary was considerably long, spanning about 8 years from the beginning to the end. It essentially recorded the adventurous journey of a foreigner named Philip after he stepped onto the mystical and extraordinary path. How lamentable! How poignant! I just don't know if Philip's legacy is still around. Chen Lun thought to himself. He remembered that the official launch of version 1.0, when the game actually began, was in the year 4419 of the solar calendar. Counting back 1 year and 1 month, the current time was approximately the year 4418 of the solar calendar. This meant that the content recorded in this journal was all a decade-old story. God knows what had happened during this period. Triggered a C-level hidden quest, Philip's legacy. Quest description: based on the content recorded in the quest item Philip's diary, Philip had already anticipated his own death. On the eve of the battle, he hid all his savings from over the years underground in the backyard of the Pompey Viscount's house in Amber City. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, then it's yours. Go find it, I've placed it all there. Quest reward, unknown. Chen Lun accepted the quest and immediately felt that his power to complain had risen again. He just wanted to know the real reason Philip was killed. Was it because he had drawn too much hate? Monk Will saw Chen Lun closing the notebook, walked up expectantly, and gestured for Floey to start writing at any time. Good, it looks like the notebook has been fully deciphered. He revealed a cruel smile. Nun, after he dictates the last part of these notes, take him to basement number 4. Feed him to that pot of plant, consider it recycling waste. Yes, Monk Will. Floey turned to look at him with a strange expression on her attractive face. Will's smile paused, and he couldn't help frowning. What are you staring at me for, Nun? Floey did not answer him. Will suddenly realized something and sharply turned his head. Whoosh! Whoosh! Snap! After a screeching sound of breaking wind, there was a crisp snap. Will only saw a swiftly moving blur, and the next second, he was choked by the hand of the dark-haired young man. What was horrifying was that the other's arm, like a writhing snake, illogically coiled around his neck again and again, tightly locking it. Animal Mimicry LV1. Serpentine Incarnation. You have learned to temporarily twist your body like a snake, along with other partial serpentine characteristics. Will stared at Chen Lun's disappearing grin, his face emotionless, and he immediately realized he had been tricked. The other was not being manipulated at all. All these days had been an act, all a pretense. When had he gained such strong power? It must have been that notebook. Ugh! Ugh! Will tried to speak, staring fiercely with bloodshot eyes, but he couldn't utter a single word. Incapacitated by the sensation of suffocation, he fell into an unparalleled fear. He grabbed at Chen Lun's snake arm with both hands, desperately pounding, but it was to no avail. I really should thank you for sending the guards away to keep the secret. It saved me a lot of energy. Crack! Chen Lun exerted force with his hand, the coiled snake arm suddenly jerked, instantly twisting Will's neck around. 58. Bright red fatal damage popped up above Monk Will's head, and his life bar was instantly emptied. Monk Will collapsed to the ground. His body faced down while his head was turned up in a bizarre posture. Chapter 11. Killed a Will priest of Red Apple Church, gained 20 experience points. Warning, your actions have attracted the enmity and attention of the Red Apple Church. Chen Lun curled his lip. He had never intended to be on good terms with the Red Apple Church anyway, so let them be hostile. Instead, he was more concerned that the death of Will only awarded him 20 points of experience. How stingy! But there was nothing he could do, even though the other party had some status in the Red Apple Church as a monk, he was just an ordinary person. In the eyes of the system's judgment, he wasn't worth much. Triggered a C-level mission, Mercy. Mission description: you've killed Will, a monk of Red Apple Church, and you must be prepared for their retaliation. Will you have mercy and take the opportunity to free the wretched prisoners? Mission reward: 500 experience points and 800 copper crow. Chen Lun thought for a moment and decided to accept the mission. The money reward was pathetic, but he urgently needed the experience points. Moreover, rescuing those sacrifices was also a blow to the Red Apple Church. Rewards: saving people, backstabbing. 3 birds with 1 stone, indeed a beautiful deal. What should we do next? Floey approached Chen Lun, glanced at Will lying on the ground gazing up at the starry sky, and then looked away, no longer concerned. You've killed Will, and it won't be long before the guards outside notice something's wrong, and then they will heavily surround this place. Chen Lun leisurely collected the diary from the altar and then turned around. I've dug a tunnel in the corner of my cell that leads outside, escape through there first. What about you? Floey asked with a hint of confusion. I have other things to do, and with me drawing their attention, you'll have an easier time escaping. Chen Lun crouched down, called a large black rat using beast speech, and then sent it outside the basement to look around. Soon, the big black rat scurried back in and reported the situation with a couple of squeaks. Chen Lun stood up and looked at Floey. There are only 2 guards outside now, you can easily slip past them. Floey silently stared at him for a while before she finally said. All right, then I'll go first. Yeah, take care of yourself. After speaking, Chen Lun sat on the altar and began to ponder his next move. Hints about the prison's layout that the rats offered slowly emerged in his mind, along with the patrol distribution of the guards. I still don't know your name, can you tell me? Floey's ethereal voice came through. Chen Lun lifted his head and saw her standing at the door, turning back to look at him. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You can call me Chen Lun. Okay. My name is Floey. I know, that's what they all call you. For the first time, Floey smiled. She looked back at the man on the altar deeply before leaving the room. You be careful too. After Floey left, Chen Lun purposefully waited some time, his thoughts becoming clearer by the minute. Then footsteps echoed from the entrance of the basement. Side by side, a man with 2 small mustaches and another guard cautiously pushed open the iron door. Monk Will. What greeted their eyes was Will's angry face, blocking their path. You 2 idiots! Didn't I tell you not to come in? The men with the small mustaches were startled and immediately lowered their heads submissively. I'm so sorry, Lord Will. We just came because... Mid-sentence, Small Mustache realized something was wrong. The voice of Monk Will had changed, A&D. Why was his back turned to us? Not good. Before Small Mustache and his companion could draw their swords, they looked up to find Monk Will's body already hurtling toward them. Bang! The 2 were knocked off balance by the tremendous force, while Chen Lun's figure agilely darted out from behind the door. His hands shot out simultaneously, his arms transforming into sinuous serpents, tightly winding around the necks of the 2 guards. The mustachioed man and his companion's eyes bulged, their faces flushed red with no sound escaping their throats, as they watched their bodies being slowly dragged into the underground basement. Bang! The door to the basement closed slowly. A while later, when the great gate opened again, a figure clad in a leather coat and wearing a brimmed hat walked out from inside. Killed a Red Apple Church prison guard, gained 10 experience points. Killed a Red Apple Church prison guard, gained 10 experience points. The guards weren't very strong, perhaps because they had the profession of prison guard, their panel attributes were slightly higher than Chen Lun's current ones. But they were still just ordinary people and were no match for a transcendent stepping into the mystic realm. Chen Lun pulled out the set of keys he had taken from the mustachioed man and headed straight for the cell where the sacrificial offerings were kept. The keyring had keys for all the cells in the prison. On the way, he casually opened his panel and invested the accumulated 1000 plus experience points entirely into his main occupation beast tamer, leveling up 7 times on the spot. Main occupation level increased, you feel your body has been strengthened, life limit plus 140, physical strength limit plus 70, sanity limit plus 1, strength plus 2, agility plus 7, intelligence plus 4. You gain 7 skill points, 7 attribute points. Then Chen Lun spent 4 skill points to upgrade Animal Mimicry LV1 to max level 5. Chen Lun's panel then changed to the following. Name, Chen Lun. Race, Human, Eastern Continent. Template, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 public beta, 401 days 11 hours 12 minutes 25 seconds. Level, 11. Experience, 10/190. Life, 180/180. Physical strength, 110/130. Sanity, 6/6. Main occupation, Sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV8, Destiny Faction. Sub-occupation, Fisherman LV3. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 13, Endurance 5, Intelligence 7, Faith 3. Special attributes, Charm 7, plus 2, Willpower 5, Insight 3, Luck 3. Remaining points, 4 skill points 9 attribute points. Skills, Quick Reflexes LV1, passive, Seafaring Balance LV1, passive, Beast Speech LV1, Animal Mimicry LV max, Friend of Animals LV max, passive. Combat Power, 17. Evaluation, a newbie stepping onto the mystic path, the floor combat power of a transcendent. Apart from a randy gorilla, perhaps no one would take you seriously. Chen Lun ignored the comment. Then he nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was passing a corner, 2 guards walked toward him. As they drew closer, one of them turned his head in confusion and took a few good looks at Chen Lun, who pulled his brimmed hat down. Hey, wait a minute, buddy. One stood in front of Chen Lun with a torch while the other placed his hand on the hilt of the short sword at his waist. Chen Lun noticed that their gaze fixated on the back of his clean hands, immediately realizing they had become suspicious. Because there was no simple red apple tattoo on the back of his hand. It's an intruder. Take him down. Chen Lun sighed inwardly. He knew he couldn't hide for long, but he didn't expect to be discovered just after leaving, though he had never intended to rely on stealth and assassination to pass this level. The guards drew their swords with a cling, but Chen Lun was faster and had already drawn the regulation short sword at his waist, sweeping it horizontally. A cold glint flickered, crossing the throats of the 2 men. 97-98. 2 bright red damage numbers popped up. Rib. Blood spattered as the burning torch and the guards' bodies fell to the ground. Clang. The sword that was just drawn by the guard now fell as well. Hey! What's going on over there? Quick, check it out. Voices and footsteps approached rapidly from the end of the corridor. Chen Lun remained calm, merely waving his hand, and his index finger shone with light while he emitted a piercing cry. Suddenly, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of large black rats scurried out from all directions of the dim hallway, squeaking wildly as they pounced forward. Against the mottled walls lit by firelight, the shadows of 3 or 4 guards coming in for support were instantly brought down. Then, accompanied by the rats' squeaking and gnawing sounds, terrified screams echoed through the corridor. Arg. Chapter 12. In the dimly lit number 4 underground chamber. Flickering flames danced, with a lit white candle standing at each of the 4 corners of the central altar. A potted plant that resembled a sunflower stood quietly on the altar, its head bowed and body bent as if wilting. A wrinkled, aged hand held a small glass bottle, carefully pouring the blood within onto the plant. A blood bead, glimmering with dull specks of light, fell and dripped onto the sunflower. The blood bead was immediately absorbed by the leaves of the sunflower. Within the next second, the sunflower seemed to regain a bit of vitality, slowly straightening its body, revealing its true face. In the middle of the sunflower was a baby's face, eyes tightly closed, as if in a sweet slumber. Wah! Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing pupils filled entirely with pitch blackness and malice, bursting into loud cries. The eerie, owl-like raspy wails, accompanied by rings of black light, vibrated in all directions. Whoosh! All the torches and candles in the chamber were extinguished. The priest was forced into a corner by an inexistent gale, even feeling his soul about to be blown from his body. Fortunately, the wailing only lasted a few seconds before the bizarre sunflower drooped its head again, plunging into silence. The priest wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken, and said in a deep, hoarse voice. It seems it doesn't much like the scent of the moon. But it clearly belongs to this sequence, so why is this happening? The old priest approached the altar once more, looking down at the powerful mysterious object with a profound gaze. Suddenly, he noticed the potted plant extended a thin tendril, pointing in a certain direction outside the underground chamber. It seemed something out there was drawing its attention. Following the tendril's direction, the old priest turned to look, but could only see the iron door of the chamber. Clang! The prison's iron door was opened. Hurry up and seize the chance to escape, I've killed the nearby guards, Chen Lun said softly, standing before several sacrificial victims who huddled together like frightened quails. But they acted as if they hadn't heard him and huddled together even more fearfully, shrinking into a corner. Please, please don't kill us. Chen Lun paused, then looked down at his attire, a leather duster and cap, with a short sword at his waist. Realizing that these poor souls mistook him for a church guard, he casually removed his disguise, returning to his usual humble cloth clothes. I'm not a bad guy, got it? Chen Lun shrugged helplessly. Upon seeing this, the sacrificial victims finally believed Chen Lun's words, but they still didn't dare to step through the prison's great door. Chen Lun sighed softly. I've given you the chance, if you don't want to die, then you better hurry and go, he said, dropping the statement and walking away. Thank you. Please tell us your name, benefactor. Chen Lun turned back to see one of the girls bowing to thank him, her eyes filled with hope. Unconcerned, he waved his hand and strode towards the upper levels. I, Chen Lun, never leave a name when doing good deeds. If you really want to know, just call me Red Scarf. Leaving the girl bewildered, Chen Lun had already arrived at the great gate leading to the upper level. He unlocked the iron gate with a key, immediately drawing the attention of several guards in the area behind the door. Before they could react, Chen Lun commanded a swarm of rats in beast speech to surge toward them. He himself followed closely behind with his short sword, making sure they were finished. Previously, he had given a large black rat a set of keys with instructions to deliver the keys to each imprisoned sacrificial victim. As long as those people weren't too foolish to not know how to open a door, they should be able to take advantage of the chaos and escape. With him drawing fire here, the mission to rescue the sacrifice was essentially accomplished. Chen Lun wiped the neck of the last guardian, and in the eyes of the other party who died with their eyes wide open, he cleaned his blood-stained short sword on their body, before sheathing it. Clang! Crack! You have killed a Red Apple Church Guardian, gaining 10 experience points. Chen Lun stood still, glancing at the church guardians' bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. Without exception, they had been savagely bitten by the great black rats, their faces a bloody, unrecognizable mess, with a fatal slash across their throats. Woof! Woof woof! A burst of ferocious canine beast roars followed. Chen Lun turned his head and was met with the stench of blood and a gaping maw full of dense, sharp teeth that blocked his vision. Crack! The gaping maw snapped shut, the sharp fangs clashing and grinding with a loud noise. Chen Lun rolled away like a donkey dodging the attack. But he still got a fine cut on his cheek that oozed beads of blood. You have been attacked, Health 1. You have been infected with bacteria, fallen into the state of minor rotting poison syndrome, life 1 per second, lasting 10 seconds. He frowned and sized up the assailant. It was a strange, big dog with skin so ulcerated it revealed the muscles underneath. On one side of its hideous head, there was an additional, deformed half-head. Only one eye filled with madness and the desire to kill was visible, along with half a set of sharp teeth. Another one of those infernal creations researched by the Red Apple Church. Chen Lun recalled information about the monster as he watched the half-dog drooling from its open mouth. This was a supernatural creature created by the Red Apple Church using diluted flesh faction mysterious substance, not as powerful as a real transcendent, but far stronger than the ordinary church followers. If it were to kill those ordinary church guards, it would be all too easy, crunching them one by one like snacks. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Go go go! Chen Lun stood up, short sword in hand, and slowly walked toward the rotting hound. Woof! Woof woof woof! Woof woof! Soon, 3 or 4 more ulcerated figures burst from the darkness, their ferocious eyes all fixated on Chen Lun. Chen Lun smirked with contempt, then started walking backward at double the speed. Besides, he kept an eye on 2 large figures clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, who were slowly approaching from behind the rotting hounds. The dim armor bearing the red apple insignia clanked as they moved, indicative of its weight and sturdiness. Swoosh! The heavy armored guardians pointed their spears at Chen Lun, closing in slowly, clearly engaging in battle mode. Good fellows, so the elite monsters have come too. Chen Lun didn't intend to tangle with them here, he turned and ran. As long as he got back to his own cell, he'd be able to escape through the pre-dug tunnel. Both parties were in a chase, and even with Chen Lun's agility attribute at 13 points, it wasn't easy to shake off the pursuit of the 4 rotting hounds. Chen Lun sprinted through the cramped corridors, the wind whistling in his face. But the sounds of pursuit and the beasts' breaths didn't fade, they grew even closer. This won't do, I must deal with the 4 dogs behind me. Chen Lun thought. Judging by the relentless rotting hound's form and speed, even if he managed to escape into the tunnel, they would catch up. At that time, in the narrow space of the tunnel, his fighting ability would be impeded. Damn it! Die, all of you! Chen Lun, in the midst of rapid movement, made a split-second decision, turning abruptly and swinging his sword in a vertical slash. Striking right at the rotting hound coming at him head-on. Chapter 13. Hiss! The dagger plunged deeply into the decayed hound's brain, splattering rotten flesh mixed with filthy blood. 72. The yellow critical damage popped up. But even striking the vital part was not enough to kill it, and Chen Lun only felt a more turbulent force from the dagger. The severely injured decayed hound resisted violently, and Chen Lun pressed down his sword-holding hand, wrestling with it, while his other arm shot out fiercely. In this process, he employed his serpentine incarnation trait, tightly coiling his arm around the rotten dog's neck. Then he forcefully pulled out the dagger. Die! With a twist of the dagger, he stabbed upward into the decayed hound's jaw. With a muffled put, the dagger deeply penetrated its skull and promptly poked out from its fontanelle. 110. The bright red fatal damage number. Chen Lun flung his hand, sending the dog flying, crashing against the wall before falling to the ground. Yet the decayed hound was still breathing. It wouldn't die anytime soon, which showed its tenacious life force. Chen Lun knew that such supernatural creatures possessed a passive skill that granted immunity to fatal wounds, similar to the real man 5 seconds from an old merpage in his previous life. The difference was, once the time was up, they would still die. Arg woof woof. Arg. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the next second, 3 more decayed hounds followed, pouncing towards Chen Lun. They spread out in a triangle, squeezing Chen Lun's remaining space to dodge. Any ordinary person would definitely be tackled and bitten to death under such an attack. But Chen Lun contorted his body in an unnatural way, slipping through the gap of the encirclement. His neck that had bent 180 degrees slowly returned to normal, and he turned his head and shouted. Invisible sound waves dispersed, and the attracted bats immediately fought with the 3 decayed hounds. Chen Lun didn't stop, taking up his dagger to join the fray. At the same time, he switched to beast speech again, calling forth a swarm of rats. The decayed hounds, being monsters fused with mysterious substances, were not opponents for the bats and rats. The 3 large dogs didn't care about these small creatures' nips and bites, swinging their heads to bite without hesitation. They could kill several large black rats or bats in one bite. Chen Lun knew the bats and rats wouldn't last long, but at least they served to momentarily distract and entangle the enemy. Seizing this opportunity, he stepped forward and swung his dagger harshly, decapitating half the head of a decayed hound that failed to dodge in time. Half a head, dragging torn skin and spinal bones, this prevented the dog's head from hitting the ground. Bang! Chen Lun delivered a side kick, powerfully striking the injured rotten hound on its abdomen. The latter whimpered and rolled away, unable to get up from the ground. He took several deep breaths, sighing helplessly. These large dogs were supernatural creatures catalyzed by mysterious substances, lacking any sanity. Otherwise, with his professional skill level, he could have made them turn coats on the spot and recognize him as their master. The swarm of rats and bats was steadily defeated by the decayed hounds. Seeing this, Chen Lun did not dare waste time and, grasping his dagger, re-entered the battle. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Lun had knocked down the remaining 2 large dogs. With no time to finish them off, 2 armored guards also arrived, thrusting their long spears at him. Hoo-hoo! The spears, flickering with cold light, stabbed directly at Chen Lun's chest and abdomen, barely giving him time to breathe, forcing him to dodge urgently. Fortunately, relying on his high agility attribute, he narrowly escaped. Chen Lun leaped backward into a roll, quickly widening the distance between him and the two armored guards. He looked up at their towering figures in impenetrable armor, then at his own dagger, now nicked, and his expression changed. Living holds no pleasure, dying no fear. Chen Lun roared, his face grimacing as he hurled his dagger. Come, let us decide life or death. Even barehanded, I will smash your tin cans to pieces. In his hysterical roar, the dagger flew, hitting the chest of one of the armored guards. Bang! The dagger wailed mournfully as it spun helplessly to the ground. The two armored guards looked up, but the corridor was now empty. Chen Lun had already made his escape after throwing the dagger. He would be foolish to fight them to the death, as their heavy spear would either kill or seriously injure him if it struck, and breaking through their defense was another problem altogether. Without the 4 dogs entangling him, those 2 lumbering fellows were only fit to eat his dust. Huff! Chen Lun, panting heavily, returned to his original cell and without a moment to rest, dove into a pile of straw. Floey must have escaped by now, right? He thought to himself. Fruit Noelo. In the pitch black, cramped tunnel, Chen Lun crouched down and used the serpentine incarnation, his tongue transforming into a long snake's tongue. Hiss, hiss. The scent tells me there are remnants of Floey here. This also meant that Floey had indeed escaped from the tunnel. He transformed back into human form, let out a deep breath, and felt a weight lift from his heart. After spending some time, Chen Lun crawled through the winding tunnel. He pushed aside the dead branches and leaves covering the exit and crawled out. The harsh sunlight poured down, causing Chen Lun to be extremely uncomfortable for a moment. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and slowly stood up. Breathe in. Chen Lun squinted, taking in big gulps of the fresh air outside, the fragrance of flowers, the freshness of the soil, as well as the long-lost scent of freedom. At this moment, all he wanted to do was shout. Dobby is free. I'm curious, how did you manage to do it? An elderly voice came from not too far away, startling Chen Lun abruptly. He bent down reflexively and looked to the side. To avoid being discovered by the church, he had purposely taken a long detour to dig here, a deserted grove a few hundred meters from the underground prison. In theory, there should be no one here. He saw an elderly man with brown hair standing under a tree, clad in a deep red priest's robe, holding a withered sunflower plant. At his feet, Floey was sitting against the tree. She looked desperate, her lips pursed as she cast a complicated glance at Chen Lun. Floey. Seeing this, Chen Lun inwardly cursed. No wonder he hadn't received a notification about completing the mission to rescue Floey. The culprit was that old man. Run! Floey suddenly spoke, her voice filled with urgency. He can't escape. The priest said emotionlessly. He slowly put down the potted plant. The half-dead sunflower seemed to sense something attractive nearby, stretching a branch slowly towards Floey. It seems indeed that it has undergone some new mutations stimulated by the power of the moon. The priest watched with interest as the small branches moved closer to Floey, who shifted back in fear. Suddenly, he heard a series of small but dense noises that grew louder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The priest turned his head in surprise. From the tunnel behind Chen Lun poured out a massive swarm of large black rats, accompanied by a large group of bats. A dark mass surrounded Chen Lun as if he were their king. Die! Chen Lun watched the old man coldly and pointed a finger, directing the swarm of rats and bats towards the priest. A transcendent. Priest Carter, realizing the means by which his opponent had escaped the prison, remarked. But this is far from enough. Smack! He waved a hand, and 7 or 8 bats rushing towards him exploded in mid-air, their flesh and blood scattering like rain. The priest charged forward, thunderously stomping countless rats to death, grinding them to a pulp. Carter revealed a cruel smile and reached out a large hand towards Chen Lun. Interesting, a rare destiny faction transcendent. I must study you thoroughly, you cannot leave. Chapter 14. The dry, pale hand, like an eagle's talon and bulging with veins, tried to crush Chen Lun's head. Chen Lun, relying on his flexible body and high agility attribute, suddenly ducked his head, and the whoosh of the wind passed over his head. A cold glint flashed in the priest's eyes. His fingers clenched into a fist and smashed downward. Bang! Chen Lun's back was struck by this punch, feeling as if a hammer had slammed into him, his body bending downward again. He felt a sweetness in his throat and immediately coughed up blood. 68. White characters emerged. Priest Carter's punch took away 1/3 of Chen Lun's life force. If he sustained 2 more punches like that, Chen Lun would be done for right there. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Lun enduring a punch was not out of stupidity, but for the sake of this moment. He suddenly stretched out his hands and clapped onto the priest's arms. The hands of the serpentine incarnation twisted and writhed, climbing up the priest's arms like 2 pythons, tightly entwining around them, and restraining him. The priest's brows furrowed slightly, sensing something bad. The next second, a large swarm of rats and bats rushed from behind and piled onto him. Squeak, 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 squeak. The huge, black rats and bats, as if mad, opened their mouths and swung their claws, ferociously tearing at Priest Carter. Ah! In no time, Priest Carter's body seeped fresh blood, turning him into a bloody figure. Get off! Disgusting reptiles! Priest Carter roared angrily, struggling to break free. Bang! Chen Lun's hands, taut like 2 strings, suddenly snapped back, feeling an intense, burning pain. The rats and bats clinging to the priest were also scattered, flying in all directions. The priest's robe was riddled with holes from the biting, standing raggedly in front of Chen Lun, looking extremely pitiful. Carter lifted his blood-drenched face, revealing a fierce smile. His fingers clenched into a fist, making a crackling noise of bones. You shouldn't have angered me. He finished speaking, stepped down, and like a cannonball, charged straight forward. Die! A wildly fierce punch smashed toward Chen Lun's head, and the sound of the air exploding resounded once again. Chen Lun dared not contend head-on and had to use his agility advantage to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the furious sound of tearing air, Chen Lun faced peril at every turn. Priest Carter hardly seemed like an elderly old man, but more like a fierce humanoid beast. His fists swept through with afterimages, fiercely attacking Chen Lun, who often had to dodge 4 or 5 times before finding a moment to counterattack. But his counterattacks were nothing more than a slight nuisance to the priest, adding up to a mere dozen points of damage, even less severe than the rat and bat swarm from earlier. Roar! Priest Carter let out a monster-like roar, and a powerful, heavy cross-punch came hurtling forward. The strong gust nearly lifted Chen Lun's hair, making his scalp tingle and his eyelids twitch. He was going to be killed in an instant. He was going to die. The fist, buzzing with explosive force, barely grazed past Chen Lun's nose. A droplet of sweat splashed and disappeared into the ground. In a critical moment, Chen Lun deployed the serpentine incarnation again. His entire body leaned back, his neck twisted to one side, narrowly avoiding the lethal punch. Without stopping, his neck suddenly extended forward, his head turning around facing the priest as he opened his mouth. Buzz. Animal Mimicry LVMAX. Ultrasonic Wave. Skill description: you have learned the vocal techniques of bats, temporarily acquiring the ultrasonic wave trait. A strong ultrasonic wave accompanied by air pressure burst from Chen Lun's mouth, aiming directly at the priest's face. Priest Carter paused for a moment, his ears ringing, as if countless insects were buzzing beside them. His vision suddenly blurred, and a strong wave of nausea surged, with blood slowly trickling from his ears. Die! Strike him while he is down! Chen Lun, taking advantage of the priest's momentary control by the ultrasonic wave, raised his right arm high, his fingers together like a blade, and swiftly chopped down. Bang! The hand chop brutally landed on the priest's neck. The priest's eyes immediately scattered, his head bending at a 90-degree angle. Chen Lun could even clearly feel the vibration from the opponent's bones breaking. Crack! With his head askew, the priest collapsed to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust. Chen Lun gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. He felt his physical strength was nearly depleted, standing with wobbly legs. This old guy is really tough. Chen Lun remarked. Looking up, he saw Floey firmly bound by the branches extended from the sun-avoiding potted plant, her face filled with fear yet unable to move. But no kill notification, trying to deceive me. His gaze hardened, and he stomped his foot down on the priest's head. Crack! The priest's pale, withered hand, moving faster than it seemed, grabbed his ankle. Quite smart, but you are too weak. The priest sprung up from the ground, kicking Chen Lun in the stomach. Bang! Chen Lun's eyes widened, he had prepared in advance, so why couldn't he react in time? His body bent like a cooked shrimp, flying backward. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful kinetic energy let him maintain inertia, rolling and dragging across the ground, stirring up dirt and gravel. Only when Chen Lun crashed into the base of a large tree with a loud noise did he stop. Chen Lun was covered in blood, lying on the ground and struggling to lift his head. Priest Carter's robes were torn, his body seemingly inflated by 3 sizes, like a balloon turning into a muscular giant. Butcher. Chen Lun spat out a mouthful of blood, uttering the supernatural sequence term. Flesh Faction Sequence 9, Butcher. Most of the Transcendents from the Red Apple Church pursue this sequence, known for their strong life force, healing ability, and combat capabilities. The burly priest revealed a ferocious expression, his eyes filled with madness and murderous intent. You are undoubtedly going to die. At this moment, the priest's figure was 3 meters tall, charging like a giant bear, the ground trembling. Chen Lun, shakily standing up, saw this and once again unleashed an ultrasonic wave attack. But this time, he saw a hint of scorn on the priest's face. The gold apple pendant hanging around the priest's neck suddenly burst into a golden glow, emanating a calming aura. The muscular giant like Priest Carter continued his advance with a powerful sense of oppression, unaffected by Chen Lun's sonic attack, as if it were a mere breeze. Wow! At this moment, the sun-avoiding potted plant erupted once again, the baby face in the sunflower crying loudly, its branches extending more rapidly, wildly dancing in the air. The branches binding Floey tightened abruptly, and as a mere mortal, she couldn't withstand it, instantly feeling asphyxiated. Her eyes widened, filling with bloodshot streaks, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Lun knew it was bad. If things continued like this, Floey might die here first. He grabbed the seashell necklace at his chest and performed hypnosis on the oncoming priest. Sanity 1. Chen Lun endured the intense headache, staring straight at his enemy. A faint blue light flashed by. The priest's raised foot suddenly froze. His fierce expression seemed to struggle, but as a member of the Flesh Faction, his willpower attribute was not outstanding, and the priest couldn't pass the high demand of a 25 points in willpower assessment. He was successfully hypnotized. Chapter 15. But the next moment, Chen Lun nearly burst into tears. Damn it, what the hell? Even if it's crippled, it's still a B-rank mysterious object, and you can't control it. The gold apple pendant on the priest's chest once again burst into light, stronger and more intense than before. The hypnosis effect released by Chen Lun through Mermaid's song was dispelled. Ah! The crying of the sun-avoiding potted plant grew louder, causing Chen Lun's eardrums to sting. A black light ring fluctuated, passing through the bodies of both the priest and Chen Lun, making them tremble simultaneously. It was a pain like one soul being dragged out, accompanied by a profound emptiness, as if their heartbeats were about to cease. Chen Lun knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and gasped heavily, like a fish out of water. Ah! Floey screamed miserably. Chen Lun's heart tightened, and he looked up. He saw countless branches of the sun-avoiding potted plant weave into 2 giant pythons, plunging violently into Floey's eyes. The petite girl had already collapsed on the ground, letting the strange plant bore into her brain. The baby face in the center of the sunflower closed its eyes and fell into slumber, yet its mouth revealed a sweet smile. The scene was incredibly eerie. Chen Lun clenched his teeth and was about to rush forward to rescue her, but was blocked by a massive figure. Where do you think you're going? The priest stood with his back to the sun, his cold eyes gazing down at Chen Lun from beneath the shadow. I told you can't escape. He brought his hand down with a violent slap, the pressure of the wind growing intense. In his desperation, Chen Lun had no choice but to dodge to the side. Boom! The ground caved in, forming a large pit, and debris flew towards Chen Lun, causing an intense stinging pain. Floey's body trembled slightly, as if she were enduring unimaginable pain, her life slowly ebbing away. Brother! Floey whispered softly and then fell completely unconscious. Chen Lun looked at her and clenched his fists. Since crossing over, Chen Lun had come to see this girl in a new light. She wasn't the cold-hearted, influential person who only knew slaughter and treated people like ants, the villainous boss from his memory of the future. Chen Lun had crossed over to a time before Floey was completely transformed by the Red Apple Church into a soulless, human sharp blade. The current her still retained her humanity, warmth, and innocence. He would not allow his appearance to cause Floey's premature death. This was not the destiny he wanted to change. If you make me fail the A-rank hidden consecutive mission I've finally received, I will show you what cruelty is. Chen Lun said without a trace of emotion on his face. Boom. The priest bared his teeth in a hint of madness and violently punched Chen Lun in the face. Cruel? Do you mean your concept of cruelty is just tickling me? The priest's deep and hoarse voice slowly said. The next second, Priest Carter narrowed his eyes and looked down at the motionless black-haired young man beneath him. Chen Lun somehow had raised his arm in time, blocking it beside his cheek, holding off the priest's heavy punch. His entire arm was covered in dark golden scales, neatly arranged like a puzzle, radiating extreme beauty under the sunlight. Animal Mimicry of Max. Carp Armor. Skill Description: you learn to grow scales like a pangolin, temporarily gaining strong physical defense capabilities. Chen Lun slowly raised his head, revealing pale yellow vertical pupils of a snake, his expression fierce. The scales spread slowly, covering half of Chen Lun's face and neck in dark gold. All sacrifices have escaped. You have completed the C-rank mission, Mercy. You have received the mission reward, 500 experience points and 800 copper crow. You have killed a supernatural creature, the Rotting Hound, and gained 70 experience points for. Chen Lun received a prompt the moment before the priest made his move, with 2 waves of rewards coming one after another, as if they had agreed to arrive together. He thought, that's just in time, and spent all of the nearly 1000 experience points he had accumulated to level up 5 times. As his panel received an all-around upgrade, Chen Lun allocated all 14 accumulated attribute points into strength, which surged to 22 points. It was comparable to the priest's and even slightly surpassed him. And now, Chen Lun lifted the arm blocking the punch and twisted, transforming into the serpentine incarnation. His arm, covered in scales like a golden python, coiled around the priest's thick arm. Then he violently twisted it. Aooo! The priest's inhuman scream pierced the air as Chen Lun ripped off his arm, tearing it completely from its root. The pangolin scales had a strong cutting ability, paired with the snake body's entanglement, it was virtually a living meat grinder. Priest Carter staggered a few steps while howling in agony, holding the stump of his arm as blood spurted wildly. Chen Lun knew that such an injury was not fatal to a transcendent from the flesh faction. Perhaps, before long, the priest could even grow a new arm. So he once again unleashed the hypnotic power of the mermaid's song, enveloping the priest. The priest's golden apple pendant on his chest autonomously protected him, once again emitting a gentle golden light that neutralized the hypnotic effect. Don't bother, scum! Gasping for breath, the priest mockingly whispered. It can defend against most mental-type supernatural powers, allowing me to remain alert at all times. But Chen Lun was not discouraged. He hadn't run out of tricks, in fact, he never intended to use hypnosis to control the priest in the first place. Everything was within his expectations. Wah! Wah! The sun-avoiding potted plant, finally provoked, opened the black eyes on the baby face in its sunflower middle, and a branch shot out piercing the air. The spear-like branch, moving with a speed beyond the priest's reflexes, penetrated his chest from the back. Spurt! Blood jetted out. What? The priest's eyes widened, his mouth gaping. The branch wrapped around the golden apple pendant on his chest and then violently retracted, placing it into the baby's mouth to be crunched down to nothing. A valuable mysterious object was just eaten like that. The priest had no time to grieve because he now truly felt heartache. A large hole gaped in his chest, and one could even see his damaged heart still stubbornly beating within his ribcage. Seeing this, Chen Lun revealed a cold, triumphant smile. The poor priest knew nothing of the sun-avoiding potted plant. NPCs couldn't see the panel information, of course, they didn't know it originated from a high-sequence transcendent who had renounced the Sun faith and turned into this after death, repelling all forces associated with the Sun faction. As the priest kept using the golden apple pendant imbued with the Sun's power before the plant, it was like he was seeking trouble with the Xie family by boldly entering their latrine with a lantern, looking for Xie Te. Arg! Die! Enraged like a madman, the priest charged at Chen Lun. His remaining arm fell like a hammer, but with a slap, it was firmly caught by Chen Lun's hand. You're the one who's going to die. Die! Chen Lun roared. Turning his waist, lifting his knee, then ferociously kicked out. With a sonic boom accompanied by waves of air, the kick landed on the priest's forehead like a meteor strike. Bang! Animal Mimicry of Max. Scorpion Tail Needle. Skill Description: you've mastered the traits of a scorpion's tail flick when hunting or defending, and can temporarily poison your enemy. Shick! A large head soared into the sky, trailing hot blood in an arc before tumbling to the ground. The priest's robust torso, now without support, spewed a column of blood and fell thunderously to the ground. You have killed Carter, a transcendent of the Red Apple Church, Sequence 9 Butcher from the Flesh faction, and you've gained 1000 experience points. Chapter 16. Chen Lun let out a breath. The kill prompt has already appeared, try jumping up to punch me again. Saturated with sweat, he looked at the headless corpse on the ground and curled his lips. No longer wasting time, he stepped over the body and walked under a nearby tree, approaching Floey. By this time, Floey had completely lost consciousness, her eyes a mangled mass of flesh and blood. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from the empty eye sockets, making her already pale little face even more pitiable. The nearby sun-avoiding potted plant was left with an empty pot, the mysterious sunflower within it having vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Chen Lun's expression condensed. It had already burrowed into Floey's body. Why did this happen? Chen Lun subconsciously thought of Floey in his previous life. Back then, she had already been successfully merged into a high-sequence killing weapon by the Red Apple Church, given the title Nun of Silence. But she hadn't integrated with the sun-avoiding potted plant, she merely possessed it and treated it as merely a weapon. The current state of being parasitized and entangled was clearly beyond Chen Lun's expectations. Generally speaking, let alone sun-avoiding potted plant, which was a high-risk A-level mysterious object, even the lowest level D-level mysterious objects posed a death risk to mortals who came near. Floey, merely a mortal, hadn't been killed outright by it, which was truly strange. A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 1, complete. Successfully rescued Floey alive from the Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch. Task reward, 2000 experience points 40 silver ducats, Floey's affection and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance 1. Floey's affection increases. Unlocked A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 2. Sequence 2, under the premise of ensuring Floey's survival, steal the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant from Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch. Task failure if Floey dies. Task reward, 4000 experience points 10 gold pounds, Floey's affection and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance 2. Warning, A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant possesses powerful mysterious powers, please act with caution. Chen Lun's eyebrows rose, his expression turning strange. Just as he received the task prompt, the next round of prompts popped up again. A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 2, complete. Successfully stole the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant from the Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch, with Floey alive. Task reward, 4000 experience points 10 gold pounds, Floey's affection and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance 2. Floey's affection increases. Chen Lun, looking at the flooding prompts, felt extremely odd. I haven't even done anything, and it's already complete? What a stroke of luck! Why not just go ahead and settle a dozen more rounds of rewards for me? Chen Lun hoped thus. It was like when your dad sends you to buy soy sauce, but the storekeeper hands you a pack of your dad's favorite cigarettes. When you get home, your dad praises you for being thoughtful, and what was initially meant to be another errand turns out to be perfectly arranged. Not to mention, I deserve rewards. Must have rewards. 2 sets of math homework. Plus a grand package of mock exam papers for all subjects. Unlocked A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 3. Sequence 3, under the premise of ensuring Floey's survival, obtain a piece of high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. To counteract the mystical pollution of the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant, maintain relative balance, and help Floey gain basic control of the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant. Task failure if Floey dies. Task reward, 10,000 experience points 30 gold pounds, Floey's affection and B-level mysterious object poem of blood and soul 1. Warning, Floey will be thoroughly polluted and die 59 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes from now. Hurry up! Chen Lun's complexion changed. 2 months. Just when he thought Floey had escaped one disaster, it turned out to be just an extension of her time until death. He couldn't help but think from another perspective, why did the sun-avoiding potted plant give Floey this kind of preferential treatment? That's right, it's preferential treatment. An ordinary person, if it burrowed into their brain like that, would have died countless times. Others would directly lose control from pollution and turn into monsters, not be allowed to struggle on for 2 months. It seemed intentional. It was as if there was something in Floey that attracted it, making it unable to resist drawing close to her. Yet, due to the vast difference in their life hierarchy, Floey was unable to bear it and was bound to collapse. The sun-avoiding potted plant seemed to be trying to integrate with her while also striving to protect her body. But the most it could do was merely delay the time of death. It needed help. Chen Lun paused, recalling the key item described in the third ring of the mission. A portion of the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. I've got it. Chen Lun finally understood why the Red Apple Church had chosen Floey to be the vessel for the sun-avoiding potted plant. It was precisely because of Floey's unique nature, coupled with the fact that the Red Apple Church was never short of supernatural materials related to the flesh faction. A portion of the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, they could absolutely produce it, but it would certainly be tampered with. In order to make the rapidly strengthening Floey obediently bow down and become a compliant sharp blade of the church. But now there was a problem. Where could Chen Lun find a portion of the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance? In this world's pathway through the supernatural sequences, those called high sequence were all above sequence 4. At this stage, for him to scheme for something of this level was no different from a Y actively seeking out Brother J. But now was not the time to linger. With the prison having caused such a commotion, the members of the Red Apple Church would surely begin a manhunt soon. He had to leave this place quickly. Chen Lun exhaled a breath of foul air, set aside his worries, and composedly picked up the unconscious Floey. He carefully checked his surroundings and saw that the priest's body had disappeared, transformed into a thumb-sized red badge, gleaming under the sunday. Chen Lun didn't linger, picked it up, and quickly left. 10 minutes after he left, a fat man dressed like a monk in a red robe, leading several dozen sword-carrying guards, came to this location. Among them were several heavily armored spear-carrying guardians, with 7 or 8 rotting hounds at their feet. Sniff sniff. The leading heavily armored guardian led a rotting hound, which collected scents with its grotesquely fierce big head on the ground, finally barking madly towards the woods. The fat monk held a handkerchief in his hand, incessantly wiping sweat. Seeing the chaotic signs of the battle on the ground and the pool of priest's blood leftovers, he turned pale with fright. Wobbling his ball-like body, he ran over. Then, bending down painfully, he picked up a piece of the priest's robe fragments, and shivered as he said, "Oh my God, this is the end, it's all over." Monk Stiton's fat face was streaming with sweat, his mouth quivering. By rows above, Priest Carter has already gone to the ladies' garden. Even the priest has fallen in battle. He quickly turned around and shouted to his subordinates. "Quick! The murderer has not gone far, catch him!" Chapter 17. The lush grasslands spread under a thick canopy of trees. Through the gaps between the branches, one could even spot a distant small village and a few tall windmills, slowly rotating in the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew, dispersing some of the stifling heat. A small merchant caravan was making its way along a country trail. About a dozen horses of various colors, grouped in threes, pulled 3 wagons, surrounded by a dozen leather-armored guards for protection along the way. All 3 wagons were of the same specification, with smaller front wheels and larger rear wheels. The front and rear wooden planks of the wagons, including the tops of the boxes, were loaded with well-packaged goods, securely fastened with tarpaulins and net ropes. The exterior of the carriage was painted with the image of a silver dragon head, the emblem of the Silver Dragon Trade Association. Leading the caravan at the front was a middle-aged bald man on horseback, accompanied by a young rider. The youth sported a comical yellow mushroom haircut. At that moment, the young man looked back at the last wagon, pondering something. "Jet, what's the matter?" the bald man asked softly upon noticing. "Ah, Mr. Walsh, it's nothing, but I just find it odd. Why would a nun from the Red Apple Church be attacked by wild beasts out here in the wilderness? Perhaps it was an unfortunate encounter on the way to that apple orchard. I heard that the Red Apple Church has an orchard outside the town, and the fruits they pick are distributed to the town's poor." Bald Walsh shook his head in pity. "Oh, the poor nun. She was so young too." He then brought his fingers together at his brow, and afterwards raised his fist towards the sky with a backhand gesture. "May the constellation bless her." This was the prayer gesture of the constellation sect. Jet, standing by, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How could the deities of the constellation ever bless a nun from another church? Were the luminous Queen and Lady Rose very familiar with each other? But he dared not voice these blasphemous thoughts. Jet kept his gaze fixed on the last wagon. He always found the two people who sought the caravan's help mid-journey suspicious, but since Mr. Walsh had agreed to let them ride, he couldn't say much else. The curtain of that wagon was pulled back. A black-haired young man popped his head out, giving him a bright, innocent smile. Taken aback, Jet returned an awkward smile, then turned away and looked no further. Chen Lun displayed a playful gaze, leaning against the window edge as he fiddled with the seashell necklace on his chest. Had it not been for this, catching a free ride would have been impossible. After escaping from prison, he had no clue about his bearings. In the wilderness, he didn't know how far the nearest town was. Rather than staggering around like a headless fly, it was better to find someone to lead the way. Fortunately, having encountered this caravan, he used the mermaid's song to persuade the caravan steward, catching a ride. Although the wooden carriage, clad in iron, was constantly jolting, it was better than walking on foot. Even though Chen Lun was a transcendent, he was not known for his endurance, and he also had to take care of the frail Floey by his side. This not only saved him energy but also gave him brief moments to think and space for reflection. Gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, Chen Lun's slightly restless heart gradually calmed down. There's no lead on Floey's third-level task for now. The primary goal is to find a place to rest up first. Let's head into town, Floey and I are too conspicuous right now. A wounded nun and a ragged young man certainly look suspicious. Then, Chen Lun took out the loot he got from killing a priest. A small red ghost face badge. D-level mysterious objects surging badge. Item description: a badge infused with the power of flesh, wearing it grants surging strength and vitality. The ghost face on it seems lively, showing a ferocious smile when you're not staring directly at it. It seems to have been left by a church priest, containing mysterious substances and transcendent properties from his death. Eat, eat more, you are the hungry butcher, you are the incarnation of strength. Item effect: after wearing, strength +2, endurance +2. Item drawback: more prone to hunger, increased appetite. Chen Lun casually pinned it to his chest, a mysterious object that added 4 attribute points. The side effects weren't too severe, not bad. I'll just use it for now, and when the players arrive later, I can sell it at a high price, to help them. I'm really kind. Too righteous. Chen Lun wiped away the tears he shed from his own sense of righteousness. Although this was just a low-level mysterious object, if it was called a divine artifact in the early version, then it was a divine artifact. Because such items are rare. Chen Lun stretched out his hand to caress the breeze coming through the window, squinting his eyes. Before crossing over, that tiny elite at the top of the pyramid was beyond his reach. He hadn't even made it into the first tier, but that didn't diminish his influence among the players. Roaming the world alone, he embarked on a solitary journey. Exploring countless hidden side quests within this vast world and the stories behind them. Experiencing customs starkly different from reality, he recorded and posted them on the game's built-in forum for players to relish. The players affectionately called Chen Lun Mysterious Crawler. Wherever he crawled, he wrote, seemingly privy to every little secret. Of course, he needed to make a living. Chen Lun frequently compiled some of the more intense side quest narratives and bizarre stories into volumes. Accompanied by screenshots of landscapes he collected along his travels, they sold incredibly well. For his regular customers, he also produced some cherished scenic screenshots. Just how exceptional were they? Well, he had visited every somewhat notable female character. The proper kind, of course. How could players' screenshots be called sneaking shots? I'm just checking if they are clipping. Chen Lun turned to look at Floey beside him. Her eyes were currently wrapped simply with a strip of burlap, her body leaning against a pile of leather and wool fabrics, deep in sleep. Despite the substantial bumps of the carriage ride, Floey showed no signs of waking up. Her nun's coif was removed, revealing light golden long hair that made her resemble a delicate porcelain doll. I'll take it one step at a time, I still have plenty of options. Chen Lun muttered to himself. Not only to change her destiny, but also for the third ring of the hidden quest. The reward is too generous, I can't get stronger without it, and if I can't get stronger, I can't help the players, which would leave me crying with guilt. Just then, Chen Lun suddenly noticed that the caravan had slowly stopped. Noisy human voices gradually came from outside. Stop! Halt! Who's in charge of this merchant caravan? At that moment, a commanding shout came from outside the coach, followed by heavy footsteps. Chen Lun didn't peek out curiously but silently lowered the curtain, observing through a crack in secret. He hadn't noticed they had already arrived at the bridge checkpoint leading to the town. The caravan steward Walsh dismounted his horse and approached a burly officer clad in chainmail armor. That would be me. Walsh presented his identification along with the trade association's pass, handing them to the burly officer. I am one of the stewards of the Silver Dragon Trade Association, you can call me Walsh. What happened in Emerald Town? Walsh noticed that the number of guards at the checkpoint far exceeded the norm, arousing his suspicion. The burly officer glanced at the documents briefly before handing them back to Walsh. Nothing much, just that a priest from the Red Apple Church in Stettin mentioned there is a highly dangerous murderer lurking nearby. We have to inspect your caravan's carts. Sir, that is not in accordance with the rules. Walsh objected. The burly officer shrugged his shoulders, stepping aside to make way. Sorry, I trust there's no issue with your caravan, but these are the orders of the Red Apple Church. According to the Sun Codex, they have the authority to do so. As the burly officer spoke, a fat man in a deep red robe led the church's guards toward the front of the caravan. A tall armored guard even held two large dogs draped in red cloth. The purpose of hiding the rotting hounds was probably to avoid causing panic among the common folk. Although the Red Apple Church wasn't afraid, the priest from Stettin didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Make way. Several guards in Red Apple Church leather coats brandishing swords ordered, causing the caravan guards to step aside. Watching the church guards inspect his caravan's 3 carts and cargo, Assistant Jet was not only indignant, but rather expectantly anticipating. He was looking forward to the scene of these guards dragging that young man out of the cart. Perhaps some yokel from the fields abducted a church nun, even blinding her eyes, then desecrated her. Jet indulged in his fantasy, vaguely excited. As for the deadly murderer the Red Apple Church mentioned, Jet hadn't considered that angle. It hardly seemed likely for that young man. Soon, a church guard came to the front of the last cart. Under Jet's anticipative gaze, the guard lifted his dagger, parting the curtain. Inside the cart, a church nun and a young man dressed in tattered burlap, resembling a beggar, lay there. The young man was looking at him, a politely smiling face. Hello. Chapter 18. There are no suspicious people. The guard moved the short sword away, and the curtain fell back into place. Not here either. Same here. Several other guards reported loudly in succession. Monk Stettin wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and waved his hand to let them pass. All right, go ahead. Praise the rose. Walsh took a deep breath, tipped his hat with a slight bow to the fat monk, and then motioned for the caravan to continue moving forward. Jet was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. What's going on? No suspicious people? My God, you have a Red Apple Church nun lying right next to a homeless man, right under your noses. Are you blind? Open your eyes and look. Jet roared inside his heart. Half of the caravan's wagons had already crossed the bridge, but the rotting hounds led by the armored guard had become somewhat restless. Woof! Woof woof woof! Just then, the rotting hound suddenly started barking furiously at the wagon where Chen Lun was. Chen Lun's brow furrowed inside the wagon. Have they detected it? These dogs are really annoying. He had previously used Mermaid's Song to hypnotize the church guards and avoided the inspection, but inevitably caused some fluctuations in supernatural strength. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, and nor could most transcendent beings, but the rotting hound, a kind of supernatural creature, sensitively sniffed out the traces. The guards were suddenly alarmed. As if facing a formidable enemy, they all drew the swords at their sides and stood on guard in front of the wagon. 2 armored guards with long spears walked with heavy steps, one from the left and one from the right, closing in a pincer formation. Jet, this youngster on the sidelines, watched the commotion excitedly, almost applauding the dogs. Well done. Such good dogs. Chen Lun sat in the wagon, slowly straightened up, and inclined his ear to listen to the noise outside. I still have 7,000 experience points in reserve, enough to max out my sub-occupation and boost my attributes. It's not hard to fight my way out. He was not panicked at all, ready to burst into action at any moment. What are you doing? Monk Stettin suddenly shouted at the guards. The subordinates halted in confusion. I said let them pass. Are you disregarding my orders? The fat monk scolded them angrily, then commanded them to move aside and not block the way. Jet was shocked. Has this fat man eaten so much he's lost his mind? It's clear there's something wrong with that wagon. Monk sir, I want to report there's something in that wagon. Seize him. Stidden turned sharply, staring fixedly at Jet. 2 church guards immediately went forward and grabbed Jet, leaving the mushroom-haired young man stunned. I suspect this man has connections with the murderer, detain him here and gag him. No, monk sir, I. Stidden paid no heed, waving his hand to have his subordinates gag him. Caravan steward Walsh was taken aback, not understanding what had gotten into his assistant to have angered the Red Apple Church. Sir, Jet is. Enough, don't speak any more. The fat monk kept wiping his sweat, visibly impatient. You folks can go in first, come back later to pick up the people. Walsh seemed to understand something, stayed silent for a moment. He thanked the fat monk, bowed, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, he gave Jet a helpless look. Watching the caravan slowly disappear at the end of the bridge, Monk Stidden breathed a sigh of relief. He had only been going through the motions to avoid reprimand from the bishop. Something major had happened at the Emerald Town branch. The Apple Orchard prison was almost completely wiped out. Priest Carter was killed, and the sacrifice had escaped. The most serious issue was the theft of 2 mysterious objects, especially the sunflower potted plant. He knew how much the upper levels of the church valued that item. The matter had blown up, and it frightened him just to think about it. But he didn't want to confront the mastermind behind it all directly. No matter whether the Transcendent was hiding within the merchant caravan or not, Stidden wasn't willing to gamble, his own life was more precious. I'm not getting involved in this mess. I'd better report to the bishop early. Stidden, trembling, threw his soggy handkerchief onto Jet's head. Rose above, this guy almost got me killed. Beat him hard for me, his hairstyle reminds me of the disgusting roasted mushrooms from yesterday. Absolutely revolting. Jet suddenly started crying grievously. You want to beat me just because of that? Upon entering the town, Chen Lun parted ways with the merchant caravan. Before leaving, the caravan steward, Walsh, stopped Chen Lun. You're a transcendent, aren't you? Walsh asked somewhat uncertainly. Despite hitching a ride all this way and even being searched at the outpost, this bald steward hadn't exposed him. Although hypnosis was part of the reason, Chen Lun still felt the man was decent and easy to get along with. So, he tactfully dodged the question. Transcendent? What's that? Chen Lun waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just an ordinary farm youth, I don't understand a word of what you're saying. However, hearing this made Walsh even more certain. So the bald steward quietly passed him a coin. Sir, this is a Silver Dragon Trade Association token, presenting it will get you high-end treatment at any of our association's branches. Including but not limited to commissions, storage, auctions, and purchasing etc. Chen Lun took the coin, casually pocketing it. I don't have, don't talk nonsense. This is a misunderstanding, I really am not any transcendent. Alright, I have things to do, I must be going now. After saying this, Chen Lun waved his hand and quickly left with Floey in his arms. Watching his retreating figure, Walsh smiled softly and led the merchant caravan towards the town's trade association. Silver Dragon Trade Association. Chen Lun avoided the crowd, walked past several streets, and stopped in an alley. He took out the coin he had just pocketed and placed it in his palm. You have discovered a token, Silver Dragon Coin. Item description, a rare coin carved from special stone, silver white in color, with the Silver Dragon Trade Association's unique dragon head logo engraved on it. Presenting it at the Silver Dragon Trade Association will grant access to high-end treatment only a few can enjoy. Chen Lun was aware of this trade association, having dealt with them frequently in his previous life. They were somewhat unscrupulous as traders, but as the saying goes, it's all relative to the competition. Compared to other smaller associations, Silver Dragon Trade Association might have been a bit tough on prices, but they had never shortchanged clients on quality or service. Importantly, they had significant backing. The headquarters of this association was in Beryl Royal City, standing unchallenged for many years, which spoke to their substantial strength. Moreover, after realizing his identity as a transcendent, that bald steward hadn't made a big fuss. It seemed he was quite experienced and knowledgeable about the mystic realm. Chen Lun secured the coin safely. Well then, now that I have this thing, I might as well try that plan. He eyed a nearby inn, planning to settle down there. Emerald Town was far from bustling, rather, it appeared quite desolate. This remote town was nothing like other advanced cities, the sceneries it offered were exceptionally backward. The buildings were all ancient styles, not renovated in hundreds of years, and the deteriorating stone roads were filled with manure and garbage. The attire of the residents more resembled those from the medieval era in his previous life, entirely different from what Chen Lun remembered. Curved Blade Inn. Chen Lun looked up at the dilapidated wooden sign and walked into the inn, carrying Floey. Chapter 19. Ding-a-ling. He pushed open the inn's door, and the old bell clanged to life. It was still the afternoon, and there were only a few scattered patrons on the ground floor. Most of them were aged drunkards, shabbily dressed. They glanced up at Chen Lun and then paid him no more attention, returning to their poor-quality drinks. A few patrons, reeking of alcohol, noticed Floey cradled in Chen Lun's arms and flashed understanding smiles. The innkeeper was a plump middle-aged woman, who was napping behind the counter with her head wrapped in a scarf. There was also a big orange and white cat on the counter, lazily staring at Chen Lun. The plump woman raised her head when she heard the noise. "What do you need?" She glanced at Floey passed out in Chen Lun's arms and scoffed disdainfully. "Mostly vacant rooms upstairs, 30 copper cross a night." Chen Lun didn't waste words with her, pretending to take money out of his pocket, he secretly drew several silver ducats from the panel. Several silver coins appeared in his palm, then he placed them on the counter. "Pick a quiet one for me, I'll stay for 2 days, and prepare some food and water, the rest is a tip." The world's monetary system was unified. Copper cross, silver ducats, and gold pounds exchanged at 100 to 1 progression. By standard living costs, 10 to 20 silver ducats could easily meet the needs of a 3-person civilian family for a month. The panel was very user-friendly in this regard, allowing free deposit and withdrawal of currency. It functioned as a sort of alternative money purse between the panel and reality. The plump woman raised her eyebrows, surprised by Chen Lun's generosity. She scooped the silver coins which clinked as they dropped into a drawer below the counter. Then she turned to find the keys on the wall. Meow. The big orange and white cat approached Chen Lun and rubbed his fingers with its head. Chen Lun smiled and played with it for a moment. The plump woman took down an old set of keys and handed one to Chen Lun, somewhat astonished by her cat's reaction. "It seems to like you, strange." She then pointed upstairs. "The 3rd room from the end of the corridor." "Thank you." Although a young man bringing a wounded nun from the Red Apple Church to an inn seemed suspicious, stranger magical things weren't unheard of. Moreover, Emerald Town was just a remote little town in the eastern part of the empire, where the local sheriff was virtually non-existent. As long as there was money to be made, the innkeeper didn't care much. "Hey, kid, you're much bolder than I was at your age." Just as Chen Lun was about to head upstairs, he suddenly heard a drunkard shout. "A nun from the church, ah! Aha, she's a woman who serves the gods, who doesn't want to play God once in their life." Chen Lun turned and glanced at him. The old drunkard grinned, showing his uneven yellow teeth. "What are you trying to say, sir? 10 copper cross, let this old ham take a turn at being a god, how about that?" He guzzled down his drink, emptying the wooden cup in one go. After belching, he staggered over to Chen Lun. He leaned in and whispered. "Don't worry, it's our secret. I won't report you to the Red Apple Church." "Damn it! Ham, I'm warning you, stop causing trouble in my inn." The plump woman furiously chided, hands on her hips. Ham just shrugged his shoulders innocently, ignoring the innkeeper. He chuckled softly, reaching out to touch Floey's face, but his hand stopped midway. "Meow-ow!" The plump woman's cat suddenly bristled, yowled, and pounced on the drunkard's head, wildly scratching his face as if mad. "Oh! You damn cat! Get off!" The drunkard was knocked to the ground, struggling desperately. The other patrons nearby didn't help. Instead, they stepped back, laughing heartily. Chen Lun kicked the drunkard gently in the chaos, it was so soft that the latter didn't even notice. Then he nonchalantly picked up Floey and turned to go upstairs. If he was seeking his own death, he couldn't blame Chen Lun for that. Chen Lun gently placed Floey on the bed and poured himself a glass of water. Panel. He pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a sip of water. Name, Chen Lun. Race, human, Eastern Continent. Template, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 public test, 401 days 05 hours 25 minutes 47 seconds. Level, 16. Experience, 7000/240. Life, 140/230. Physical strength, 90/150. Sanity, 4/6, slowly recovering. Main occupation, Sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV10, Max, Destiny Faction. Sub-occupation, Fisherman LV6. Attributes, Strength 24, +2, Agility 15, Endurance 8, +2, Intelligence 8, Faith 3. Special attributes, Charm 7, +2, Willpower 5, Insight 3, Luck 3. Remaining points, 7, Skill points 3, Attribute points. Remaining assets, 10 gold pounds 37 silver ducats 800 copper cross, low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance 3. Skills, Quick reflexes LV1, passive, Seafaring balance LV1, passive, Beast speech LV1, Animal mimicry max, Friend of animals max, passive. Combat power, 21. Evaluation, Transcendents are ashamed of you. But at least you have learned how to climb in the mystic realm. Chen Lun allocated the surplus experience points and maxed out his fisherman sub-occupation, bringing his total level to 20. His attributes rose as a result, and he gained 2 skill points and 2 attribute points. The fisherman sub-occupation is a common lifestyle career, so its growth attributes are not strong. It's mediocre. Every 2 levels provided Chen Lun with 1 point of agility and 1 point of endurance, better than nothing. Next, he maxed out the skill Beast Speech LV1, the skills limit was level 3, which only cost Chen Lun 2 skill points. The maxed Beast Speech was no longer limited to ordinary animals, giving Chen Lun the ability to communicate with some supernatural animals or conceptual animals. As for the 2 passive skills of Fisherman, Chen Lun did not plan to waste skill points on them because there were many more uses for skill points in the future. Therefore, he had a surplus of 7 skill points and 5 attribute points. He wasn't going to use these saved points now, but would keep them in reserve to deal with various unexpected situations. Chen Lun nodded in satisfaction. He had improved in all the areas he could. If he wanted to level up further, he would either have to add a sub-occupation or consider advancing his main occupation. Advancing the sequence now is premature, and I also lack the corresponding supernatural knowledge as a prerequisite. Chen Lun sighed. In his past life, he followed the mystic path of the Moon faction. Now, he was with the Destiny faction. Because the Destiny faction was a hidden path, Chen Lun was very unfamiliar with it. There weren't many posts related to this path, and few players who took it. Chen Lun's impression of this path was that it was barely noticeable. Because the Destiny faction had no significant presence in the game version at the time, neither among players nor NPCs. Perhaps it would be prominent in later versions, but that was irrelevant to Chen Lun, he couldn't see it. From now on, I can only grope my way forward. Chen Lun didn't consider this path weak. Compared to other paths at the low sequence stage, his evaluation of his main occupation, Sequence 9 Beast Tamer, was very high. It had strong adaptability and versatility, and the upper and lower limits depended on the individual. Take the skill Animal Mimicry for instance, although it could only retain up to 10 animal characteristics, the effects of freely mixing and matching combinations were quite nice. Chen Lun got up and walked to the window, contemplating his next plan. Ying! At that moment, Floey made a slight noise on the bed, slowly waking up. Where is this? Chapter 20. Floey weakly rose to her feet. She began by looking around her, realizing she was in darkness, and reached out to touch the strips of linen wrapped around her face. Then she fell silent. Chen Lun slowly walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her face. Can't see any more, hey. Well, your eyes were damaged after all. He propped his elbow on his knee and cupped his chin, thoughtfully observing the nun sitting at the edge of the bed. Although young and wearing a baggy robe, she already had the makings of the authoritative figure from her previous life. Given Floey's current affection for me, I guess doing something shouldn't cause any trouble. Are you staring at me because you want to do something shameful? Floey shook her head and raised her face towards Chen Lun, staring straight at him. I thought you couldn't see. Chen Lun was startled. Could it be that she had seen through his thoughts? I'm only blind, not completely sightless. Floey sorted out her hair, tucking the messy light golden strands behind her ear. It has given me heightened senses, I can't see, but I can feel. The it Floey mentioned clearly referred to the sun-avoiding potted plant. Chen Lun rolled his eyes. You should have said so earlier. I was planning to buy you a new set of clothes. You can go buy it yourself later. New clothes. Floey looked puzzled. Was he staring at her just to buy clothes? Chen Lun pulled a chair over and sat down by the bed. Would you like to keep wandering around in the robe of the Red Apple Church? I'm really afraid they won't be able to find us then. He grabbed his own linen garment and sniffed it, a strong scent of sweat almost overwhelmed him. My clothes need changing too. The inn offers bathing services. I'll take you there after we eat something. Floey quietly watched him, and after a while, she said softly. Thank you. The food provided by the innkeeper was quite good. Perhaps because Chen Lun was quite generous, they were served not just bread and water, but also 2 large pieces of roast lamb and a pot of stewed meat. After eating and drinking their fill, Chen Lun took Floey downstairs. The bathhouse was a separate single-story building on the side of the inn. He did have a bit of a gentleman's demeanor after all and didn't make the blind girl go buy clothes by herself. After sending Floey into the bathhouse, Chen Lun went shopping nearby. He bought several ready-made outfits at the tailor's shop, as well as shoes, a backpack, and some other miscellaneous items that might be needed. He neatly folded Floey's clothes and placed them outside the door, secured by a pair of ladies' leather shoes, and then he went to enjoy a refreshing bath himself. Upon exiting the bathhouse, Chen Lun saw Floey, dressed in a long black dress, waiting for him outside. Under the setting sun, her light golden hair fluttered with the wind, and a black silk ribbon was wrapped around her face. That was something Chen Lun had secretly taken from the tailor's shop while the proprietress was not looking. Not bad, looks good, Chen Lun commented. It wasn't just good looking, it was impressive. He had underestimated Floey's ability. He was at fault. Floey seemed a little surprised. Really? Since being sold to the Red Apple Church, she had never worn attractive clothes, always donned in a nun's robe. But soon her tone dimmed a bit. Too bad I can't see it. Chen Lun sighed silently. You might have a chance to recover in the future. Since you know about the transcendence, you must realize that the mystic realm offers many possibilities. Restoring your sight is not entirely out of reach. Floey seemed convinced by Chen Lun's words, and a smile appeared on her pristine face. It's okay, I already know from it that I may not live long. She slowly spread her arms, letting the breeze pass through her. Chen Lun could see, her joy was from the heart. But even if it's just a month or 2 of freedom, I'm happy, and whether I can see or not doesn't matter much anymore. Chen Lun shook his head. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Floey paused for a moment, lowered her hands, and slowly approached Chen Lun. Why are you so good to me? I don't seem to have done anything to deserve your sacrifices. Chen Lun was at a loss for words. He could hardly say it was because he had seen her tragic future. To prevent her from becoming the villainous boss who would later be sent by the Red Apple Church to hunt him down, he had no choice but to rewrite her destiny. Of course, Chen Lun had another ulterior motive. That was because Floey was extremely popular, perhaps she could serve as his poster girl after the players arrived. In any case, it could never be because of the rewards of a grade A hidden serial quest. I, Chen Lun, am a simple, kind-hearted and just person. Floey, because you remind me of my own sister. Chen Lun said earnestly. Floey was slightly stunned, seemingly convinced. She lowered her head, pursing her lips, and whispered in an ethereal voice. Thank you. Other than my brother, no one has been so kind to me. Late at night, the purple moon hung high. A monk from Stettin hurried to an inconspicuous apartment. He hesitated, pacing a few steps, continually wiping sweat from his brow. Although I've already reported the situation to the bishop is far in Amber City. It will take a while for him to arrive. The stout monk looked around. This was the central area of Emerald Town, the environment relatively better, with guards carrying lanterns occasionally seen patrolling the empty streets. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he stuffed a letter into the mailbox outside the fence, then turned and left. Just to be safe, I should notify the shelter as well, and have them start a manhunt around the town. Stettin walked briskly, as if something terrifying was chasing him. That guy who killed Father Carter and destroyed the Apple Orchard prison is probably hiding in town. Rose above, please don't let me run into him. On the surface, there were only 3 transcendent powers in Emerald Town. The Red Apple Church, Moon Church, and the Empire's official organization, the Shelter. Because the relations between the churches were not good, in the absence of his own bishop, Stettin chose to seek help from the neutral Shelter. Reporting on his fellow monks might be embarrassing, but Stidon didn't care. Even if it was the face of the Red Apple Church at stake, it was nothing compared to his own precious life. Stidon walked through several blocks and returned to the front of the Red Apple Church on the west side of town. He suddenly noticed a figure stumbling and falling at the church doors. Huff! Huff! The figure collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, apparently in great pain. Stidon cautiously approached. He soon realized it was just a drunken drunkard. Relieved, he cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to step over the man to enter the church, the drunkard suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. If you wish to receive Rose's aid, listen to the lady's gospel, please come early tomorrow and line up. Said Stidon impatiently, turning to leave. Don't go. The drunkard grabbed hold of Stidon's robe. The stout monk immediately frowned and shook him off in disgust. Get away. Damned drunkard. Watch it, or I'll immediately call the church guards to lock you up. Monk, sir. I have to denounce someone. The drunkard lifted his head. It was old Ham, who had caused trouble at the Crescent Inn during the day. He was now sweating profusely, his face turned black, speaking tremulously as if he had contracted some bizarre illness. He has kidnapped a nun from your church, right in. Before he could finish, Ham suddenly screamed. Immediately thereafter, he collapsed to the ground, spitting black bile, and died on the spot. Stidon was startled, and after examining him closely, he realized that the man had been poisoned. Could this be a warning from that transcendent to me? The stout monk was horrified by his own speculation. I must call back all the church guards outside. He immediately turned and ran towards the church. Stumbling along the way, he almost slammed his head into the great gate. Chapter 21. Chen Lun stood by the window, watching the purple moon in the night sky. High-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. This type of supernatural substance generally forms when a transcendent or supernatural creature dies. The spirituality-less corpse can no longer contain the mystery within, thereby releasing the remnants as mysterious objects. If the corpse is severely damaged, or if the process of transforming into a mysterious object is interrupted, it will result in an incomplete residual mystery, turning into mere mysterious substance. Moreover, if a mysterious object is subjected to an attack much stronger than itself and its structure is completely destroyed, it will also turn into corresponding mysterious substance, varying from one piece to several pieces. But the mysterious substance cannot be destroyed, it seems to be the most fundamental unit of manifestation in the transcendent domain. Chen Lun calmed his mind and recalled for a while, indeed thinking of several methods to obtain the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. However, most of the methods involved tasks, events, and locations that were far away and currently inaccessible. Or they were too dangerous. With his current strength, the possibility of even making an attempt was almost zero. The risk of death was too high, not worth the gamble. After several rounds of screening, to his knowledge, there was only one viable method to obtain this high-sequence material at the current stage. Amber City, Big Stomach Dolly. The reason he remembered so vivid was because of an incident that had caused quite a stir on the forums at the time. In his previous life, a small guild had accidentally triggered a side mission in Amber City that required them to protect a distinguished council member. Initially, they thought it was not difficult, but subsequently, the guild members involved in the mission died one after another, eventually leading to the failure of the mission. They didn't get any reward, and instead were investigated by the authorities due to the council member's death, causing the guild members' levels to nearly drop by one. The president of this small guild then complained on the forum, which actually attracted the attention of many large guilds and top gamers. As they delved deeper, the gamers unearthed an assassination organization called Circus. The assassin responsible for assassinating that council member was named Dolly, nicknamed Big Stomach, a transcendent of the flesh faction who was halfway into the mid-sequence. Although Dolly was strong, he was not invincible. In the face of the fearless fourth calamity, he soon expired. After killing him, one of the lone gamers who had come just for the excitement, luckily snagged a piece of loot. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. At that moment, the gamers smartly fled, hid, and logged off, executing a series of maneuvers that were exemplary. It was only after some time that this gamer handed over the high-sequence material to the force he had joined, reaping substantial benefits before being accidentally exposed. Some were angry, some were curious, some envied, and others were puzzled. How did a mid to low sequence NPC drop high sequence material? No one knew, and it remained an unsolved mystery. Chen Lun had another reason for seeking out this big-stomach dolly. It was the place where Philip's legacy was buried, the home of Viscount Pompey, located in Amber City. Thus, although Amber City was far, it was a must-go destination for Chen Lun. Dolly became the most feasible option among the many. What was uncertain, however, was whether Dolly at this time point would be in Amber City. Even if he was, it was not clear whether he had the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance on him. Because the incident happened a year after the public beta, which was still over 2 years away from the current time. I won't think about it too much. Nothing is ever certain, trying is always better than doing nothing at all. Chen Lun made up his mind and planned to start his journey immediately. But before that, there's another thing I need to do. In the evening, Chen Lun made a trip to the town's Silver Dragon Trade Association. Using a Silver Dragon coin, he met Walsh again and submitted a commission to him. Thinking about this, he felt a twinge of pain. 5 gold pounds, having my assets. He picked up the water glass from the table and took a big gulp to extinguish the bitterness in his heart. Then he glanced at Floey, who was sound asleep on the bed, draped his cloak, and leapt straight out of the window. After landing, he vanished into the night with a few quick moves. Once Chen Lun had left, Floey slightly turned her head, gazing toward the window. I hope you return safely. The enchanting purple moon cast moonlight into the room through the window. In the dim light, a broad figure was leaning against the chair behind the desk. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking arose. Come in. The door opened, and a young man wearing a white uniform walked in. He marched straight to the desk and placed a letter on it. Team Leader Ralph, this is a tip-off letter we just received. The man named Ralph, a middle-aged man, sat up, the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing a rugged man with a beard. He picked up the letter and asked in a deep voice. Who brought it? The stationed investigator saw that it was a Stitan monk from the Red Apple Church. Poor Stitan thought that no one would notice his sneaky behavior, but every move had been observed. Ralph let out a cold laugh, then opened the letter to read it. No wonder his subordinates specifically brought it to him. Ordinary tip-off letters are usually reviewed by the investigators below. Since it's related to the Red Apple Church, it mustn't be a trivial matter. After a while, Ralph put down the letter, his disdainful smile growing even more apparent. He actually said that a dangerous wild transcendent had appeared in town, hoping that I could sniff this guy out. Stitan furiously denounced the transcendent's arrogant behavior in the letter, and speculated that it might have bigger schemes that could cause unimaginable harm to Emerald Town. Although the shelter indeed is an official organization of the Empire for containing transcendence and mysterious objects and suppressing any unstable elements from the roots, Ralph somewhat couldn't understand why the Red Apple Church, which was no community service organization, would disclose this information for no reason. Either it's a trouble not even the Red Apple Church can resolve, or they want to use us to achieve some purpose. Ralph lit a cigar. He tapped the desk with his fingers, knocking twice. Send some investigators to stake out near the Red Apple Church, and monitor their every move. Yes, team leader. The young investigator in white uniform placed his left hand on the right chest, bowed slightly, and then left. Remember, don't draw the attention of Priest Carter from the Red Apple Church. The investigator responded again, exited the room, and closed the door. Click. Ralph swiveled his chair to face the window showing the purple moon, puffing rings of smoke. That old lunatic even dares to kill believers of the Moon Church, truly a madman. Let's observe for a while and let them bite each other. Chapter 22. The Solemn Red Apple Church. Under the nightfall, the side profile of an angel reliefs on the outer walls of the spire overlapped with the purple moon, casting an enchanting glow. A dense flurry of footsteps approached from the end of the street. 2 heavily armored guardians with the red apple emblem on their chests led the way, holding torches as they advanced toward the church. Dozens of church sentries formed a long procession behind them. Some guards even held dog leashes, the rotting hunting dogs draped in red cloth obediently following the group. Upon arriving at the church, the procession streamed inside through the great gate in an orderly fashion, leaving only 2 sentries at the entrance. Inside the church. The prayer room. A young woman lay crumpled on the floor in disheveled clothing, a deep gash on her throat, her blood spread all over the ground. Clearly, she had been dead for some time. Stitan's plump figure, garbed in a monk's robe, stood not far from the body. In his hand, He held a beautifully crafted short knife, its shining blade still dripping with blood. Rose above, why is there no response yet? Stidon wiped sweat from his brow with a handkerchief in his other hand, his beady eyes fixated on a golden goblet upon the praying altar. The goblet was filled with fresh blood that occasionally rippled outward. After a long while, an old voice came from the goblet. Stidon, this is the third time you have called upon me. I hope you can provide a convincing reason. Bishop, sir. The rotund monk was overjoyed, hastily drawing closer to the goblet. When will you journey to Emerald Town? The transcendent who destroyed the Red Apple prison is likely hiding right here. As long as you arrive, that guy won't have a chance to escape. The blood in the goblet stilled for a moment, and just as Stidon began to doubt, the old voice spoke again. Will warned me before, and now it seems that the criminal is most likely a transcendent from the History and Ritual Association, who disguised himself as a sacrifice to infiltrate the prison, and eventually rebelled and killed our priest Carter. Their goal is clear, it's the sunflower mysterious object. The upper echelons of the church have made some guesses about it. It's highly likely to be what remained from a saint who caused the collapse of the royal city of Beryl over 10 years ago. Had not the Sun Church and the shelter put on dual pressure, Lei Fa would not have secretly transferred it to a remote small town like Emerald Town. But how exactly did those damned rat people come to know of this? Suppressed fury resonated within the old voice, and Stidon mopped his brow frequently. He wanted to remind but dared not remind the bishop, not wanting to know these secrets at all. Could there be a traitor within the church? Stidon asked in a low voice. The blood in the goblet paused again. You really have a pig's brain, Stidon. Who among the followers of Rose would dare to betray? The old voice scolded, then seemed to temper its rage, gradually calming. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Right now, all you need to know is that the sinner will not escape, the church will make him into fertilizer for the garden. After Carter's death, there's a gap in the church's transcendent combat power in Emerald Town, but you don't have to worry about him. No matter where he flees, he will eventually reunite with his accomplices, bringing along the stolen items. The church has already identified those behind this operation, such that I cannot leave at the moment, but their time of death is near. Just keep yourself hidden for a while, and do not call upon me again unless it's for something significant. The old voice faded, and the blood within the golden goblet became still. Stidon felt more anxious rather than reassured after hearing the bishop's words. Since the priest's death, he had been in a state of extreme insecurity. I'll just stay in the church and not go out for a while. He exhaled deeply, turning to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a large black rat on the floor, staring up at him. A rat! Stidon was startled. The large black rat squeaked, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The portly monk, watching the mouse flee, felt an increasing unease. Why has a rat suddenly appeared? He had heard of some strange transcendent abilities in the mystic realm and, just to be safe, he hastily chased after the rat in the direction it had gone. But as he stepped out of the prayer room into the courtyard outside, he unexpectedly saw a chaotic array of guardian corpses on the ground. Without exception, each of their necks was twisted 180 degrees, and their bodies bore numerous tiny bite marks. The flesh was a mutilated mess, utterly horrific. Stidon jumped in fright, trembling as he took a few steps back. It's here. That guy really did come to kill. Why didn't I hear anything? How did it get all the way inside the church? Stidon immediately ran back to the prayer room, picked up the golden goblet, and grabbed a hand crossbow hidden underneath the prayer altar. Then he returned to the courtyard and ran towards the back door of the church. As he pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, he suddenly heard a shrill dog yelp. Followed by that, the rotten carcass of a hunting dog was flung at his feet. It was gasping for air, clearly on the verge of death. Looking up, he saw a man concealed in a cloak seizing a short sword from the hands of a church guardian, forcefully piercing it through the other's body. The guardian let out a scream, spraying out glaring fresh blood. Thunk! The body fell, the rimmed hat rolling off to one side. Then Stidon saw several large black rats gathering around the cloaked man, one of the familiar rats jumping into his palm, squeaking, as if it was whispering secrets to him. The scene was exceedingly eerie, causing Stidon to feel chills down his spine. This man, could he be the criminal who killed the priest and stole the mysterious objects? Chen Lun let out a wry smile upon hearing the little rat's report. Turned out the nonsense he had spouted on the spur of the moment was actually reported to Red Apple Church by that guy, Will. No wonder they were so off the mark, the transcendents of the History and Ritual Association, who walked the path of the Earth faction, did indeed love to steal, especially from other people's graves. However, what Chen Lun didn't know was that it was precisely because the History and Ritual Association had recently excavated the grave of a certain high-level member of Red Apple Church that they were utterly convinced of this deduction. Chen Lun bent down to let the rat go, then turned his head to look at Stidon. The latter felt a cold shiver down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Heretic! Accept your death! The hoarse roar exploded in his ears. 2 armored guards strode forth from behind Chen Lun, their long spears aimed directly at his head as they brought them crashing down. Crack! Chen Lun turned and raised his hands, grabbing the spear shaft below the spearhead. The fierce and heavy strike instantly halted. The 2 armored guards hesitated for a moment, noticing that the cloak-wearing man's hands, now visible, were covered in dark golden scales. Glancing slightly, they could see under the hood of the cloak, a pair of vertical pupils like those of a venomous snake. Die! They heard a single, indifferent word. The next second. Bang! Bang! A surge of tremendous force accompanied by intense pain sent the 2 armored guards flying outwards. Boom! Their heavy bodies crashed onto the stone pavement, fracturing it with cracks. Numerous bricks shattered into gravel, flying everywhere. The armored guards' breastplates were dented as if hammered, creating a large crater, and the bodies inside were probably not spared. Beneath their fully sealed helmets, fresh red blood slowly began to seep out. Chapter 23. Chen Lun pulled off the helmet of a heavily armored guardian, revealing the face beneath. It was a face covered in tumors, grotesque and hideous. He still had faint breaths, even though he had sustained such severe injuries, he had not died. Indeed, they are all freaks catalyzed by the Red Apple Church using diluted mysterious substance. Chen Lun thought to himself. Just like the rotting hounds, products of the underworld, the Red Apple Church experimented on living people. The monsters they created were immensely strong and resilient in their life force. It could be said that these monsters were no longer human but should be classified as supernatural creatures. Devoid of self-awareness and personality, they were like wild beasts. Chen Lun violently stomped down, crushing the skulls of 2 creatures. You have killed Red Apple Church heavily armored guardians, gained 100 experience points too. Turning his head to look where the fat monk had been, he found it empty. Chen Lun chuckled softly. Can you escape? Escape? As long as I get to the shelter, I won't die. Under the purple moon's night, Stidon ran frantically down the deserted streets, gasping for air. He had run out of the back door of the church courtyard, heading straight for the shelter in the town center. Along the way, he continuously prayed to the golden goblet in his embrace. But even though the blood in the goblet was nearly spilt, there was still no response. At that moment, a stray cat crossed the street, nearly tripping Stidon. Damn it! He cursed angrily and continued to run forward. But he suddenly realized that more stray cats had appeared in the middle of the road ahead. Sets of green eyes stared at him, making his heart nearly stop. Tap! 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 The sound of boots on the cobblestone road echoed slowly from behind. Stidon spun around in a panic. He saw a figure cloaked in a cloak, who had appeared at some point, slowly advancing towards him. He shouted loudly, whether to boost his courage or to attract the attention of others. He then quickly pulled out the hand crossbow and aimed it at Chen Lun as he squeezed the trigger. Although there was no crossbow bolt loaded, nor did he draw the string, a crimson arrow flew out, streaking a straight red line towards Chen Lun. Whiz! Chen Lun had been on alert since Stidon drew his hand crossbow, but he still couldn't react in time as the arrow shot towards him. The arrow was too fast. Chen Lun could only violently twist his body to the side to avoid vital spots, letting the bolt only graze his arm as it passed. The red line grazed the scales on the armor, sparking as it disappeared into the air behind Chen Lun. A small cut was left on his arm, oddly, with not a drop of blood flowing out. You have been attacked by the sea-level mysterious object Tongue of Gluttony, health 12. You are in an extreme state of hunger, health limit temporarily reduced by 23. Suddenly, a strong sense of hunger surged. Chen Lun felt weak as if he needed to have a huge meal right then. Even if a live cow was placed in front of him, he could tear and devour it alive. The wound on his arm began to worsen, the surrounding flesh as if being gnawed by an invisible maw, disappearing tracelessly. Fortunately, the mysterious power attached to the wound was minimal, and the disappearance of the flesh soon stopped. It was as if the invisible maw had stealthily withdrawn. Chen Lun, enduring the pain, saw this happen and grew even more cautious of the hand crossbow-shaped mysterious object, preparing himself for Stidon to continue firing. But after pulling the trigger once, the fat monk collapsed to the ground, out of breath as if lacking oxygen. The hand crossbow and the golden goblet fell to one side, with blood slowly streaming out of the goblet. Chen Lun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a normal person, unable to bear the cost of using the mysterious object a second time. His thoughts raced, and he violently charged towards Stidon. But just then, the blood spilled on the ground suddenly boiled, flowing back into Stidon's mouth and nostrils like rivers returning to the sea. Erg! Ah! Stidon's body convulsed, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. Whoosh! He leapt up all at once, lunging at Chen Lun with more agility than before. Clang! Hiss crack! 5 pitch-black claws scraped across Chen Lun's raised arm, sparking against the scales. Sinner! How dare you attack the Red Apple Church? The voice that came from Stidon's mouth had changed, as if it were another person, old and deep. His face was contorted with bulging veins, his eyes were white, and he bared his teeth in a ferocious grimace. What's there not to dare? Chen Lun kicked him away. I'll also dig up your church's graves and burn your church down with fire. Heretic! The possessed Stidon no longer seemed human, but like a monster, he swung his sharp claws and attacked again. During the battle, Chen Lun found that his opponent's strength and agility had been forcibly enhanced, making him extremely difficult to handle. Hiss! The claws scraped the ground, sending sparks flying and leaving several deep scratch marks. Chen Lun narrowly dodged the claw attack, reaching out with both hands. His arms, transformed into snakes, wrapped around the opponent's arms, immobilizing his most dangerous claws. Stidon frowned deeply, sensing trouble. Then, Chen Lun's serpentine arms violently churned, the sharp dark golden scales slicing through, instantly tearing off the claws. Phut! The corpulent monk retreated a few steps, lifting his bleeding severed arm with a ghastly expression. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Damned ratman! Whose grave did you dig up? Or was it some sort of alchemical potion? Watching the guy wildly speculate, Chen Lun sneered silently. When you're dead, you can go down and ask for yourself. You dare desecrate the rose? Stidon roared in fury. Ah! He began to scream hysterically, and the skin on his entire face peeled off instantly, turning into a bloody, skinless beast's head within moments. Shameless! Chen Lun critically remarked. Die! Stidon attacked again, his speed significantly increased. The beast's head snapped viciously, the air exploded with a loud bang. Chen Lun bent his neck to dodge the deadly attack and countered with a punch to his face. Bang! Stidon's body swayed. Chen Lun heightened his figure, and once more an elbow fell from above like a warhammer, striking the back of his head. Bang! Stidon faced down, smashing into the cobblestones and sinking deep into them. His body twitched a few times, then lay still. Chen Lun looked down at the corpse, the sound of snapping bones echoing in his ears, and a sudden sense of danger overcame him. He swiftly dodged backwards. Just as he leaped, Stidon's body suddenly swelled, and then exploded like a bomb. Boom! Blood rained down like a shower, accompanied by fragments of bones and viscera, solemnly closing the scene of the battle on the desolate street. Fortunately, Chen Lun was quick enough to avoid the blast. Otherwise, with the power akin to real explosives, he would have been injured. Gurgle gurgle! Stidon's disfigured beast head rolled to Chen Lun's feet. Its one remaining eyeball swiveled, locking onto the figure in the cloak, filled with rage and a hint of madness. History and Ritual Association scum, this battle is not our church's failure but merely the prelude to your sinner's judgment. Well, you better come find me then. Chen Lun kicked the head with the tip of his boot. He then looked down from a height, staring into that eyeball, making eye contact. I'll be in Emerald Town waiting for you, if you dare come, I'll smash your brains out. Damn you! You! The beast head tried to say more but was suddenly kicked away with a foot. Chapter 24. The beast head statue from Stidon had flown through the air like a leather ball. It then followed an arc downward and, with a splash, fell into the nearby river, disappearing without a trace. Beneath the cloak of night, not a single ripple remained. You killed a monk from the Red Apple Church, Stidon, possessed by Bishop Newman, and earned 500 experience points. Your actions have had far-reaching impacts, the Red Apple Church now considers you an enemy and will initiate a manhunt. Chen Lun disregarded the glaring red alert box with disdain. He walked a few steps to the spot where Staten had fallen, bent over, and picked up 2 items. D-level mysterious object, golden goblet. Item description: a specially made goblet from the Red Apple Church, functional in pairs, capable of long-distance communication. Pour the fresh blood of a virgin into the goblet to establish vocal communication with another goblet holder for 24 hours. Ah, the bright red craft, the aroma of a virgin, your soul shall serve as the messenger, bringing forth my gospel. Chen Lun looked at the golden chalice and frowned slightly. He squeezed it forcefully, and the goblet in his hand creaked. Suddenly, a tremendous strength seemed to exceed its threshold, and with a bang, it shattered into pieces. A D-level mysterious object was thus destroyed. Hey, hateful thing, mustn't be left intact. Chen Lun destroyed it not solely because the item's description was disturbing. It was more because it came from the Red Apple Church and could very likely have been tampered with. It would be troublesome if it were used to track him down. It was of little use to him anyway, better to destroy it. The golden fragments in his hand slowly softened and then turned into a golden mud. The color gradually faded, merging into a red ball resembling flesh mud. You've obtained a low-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. Chen Lun added it to his panel, bringing his total to 4 portions. This was incredibly precious and useful. Whether for crafting transcendent items, forging artificial mysterious objects, or advancing in sequence, it had its uses. Next, Chen Lun examined the hand crossbow. Sea-level mysterious object, tongue of gluttony. Item description: an old, wooden mini hand crossbow, easy to carry. On one side of the crossbow, there are sharp, tooth-like patterns indicating it's imbued with the power of flesh. No need to load crossbow bolts, simply pull the trigger to fire a bait arrow, attracting spirits from the spirit world to devour the target. It seems to have originated from a benevolent gourmet. He was passionate about cooking various delicacies to entertain guests. Until one day, a visitor from the spirit world knocked on his door. Thus, the gourmet made himself into a delicacy, serving himself to be enjoyed. Item effect: the person hit will temporarily lose 10% of their life limit, up to a maximum of 30%. They will also fall into an extreme state of hunger. Item cost: each bolt fired will significantly reduce physical strength, depending on the circumstances. Chen Lun found this mysterious object surprisingly high quality and effective, even comparable to some of the lower-tier B-level mysterious objects. A hand crossbow that, in a sense, came with unlimited ammunition. Its lethality was stunning. The higher the health of the target, the greater the benefit, making it a nemesis for blood tanks. The cost of drawing physical strength was insignificant. Chen Lun even wanted to shout out loud. Come! Drain me! Chen Lun tucked the hand crossbow into his waist and turned to walk back. As hunting down Staten had taken him away from his path, there were still some remnants near the Red Apple Church that needed clearing. To provide a better gaming experience for all players arriving in this world, Chen Lun decided he would manually weaken the version's antagonistic forces. His spirit of heroic sacrifice for the players brought tears to his eyes once again. Who knows what else is hidden inside that church? These heretics undoubtedly oppress their neighbors and exploit the common folk. I must confiscate all their illicit gains. The more Chen Lun thought about it, the faster he walked. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the Red Apple Church. The prayer room. Chen Lun quietly stood by the female corpse. He sighed softly and closed her wide-open eyes. Behind him, on a long bench, was a small box. It contained all the valuables Chen Lun had collected from scouring the entire church. During the search, he found some flatbreads, which he ate to alleviate his hunger. The remaining guards of the church and the rotten hounds were also slaughtered by him, earning him a decent amount of experience points. Moreover, Chen Lun uncovered a secret passage leading to the outskirts in a hidden corner, which he guessed connected to that previous prison. With silence all around, Chen Lun transferred all the brimming coins in the small box to his panel. 176 gold pounds, 684 silver ducats, and 3,455 copper cross. It was indeed a substantial gain, and Chen Lun unapologetically accepted it. Bang! Chen Lun quickly turned his head. A fiery gust of air and a piercing sound passed by his ear, followed by a hole suddenly appearing in the prayer podium, sending wood splinters flying. Don't move! Shelter investigator! Please cooperate with the investigation. Chen Lun slightly tilted his body and saw two young people at the door wearing white uniforms. Each of them held an old-fashioned single-handed flintlock gun, with one of them having smoke rising from the muzzle, clearly having just fired. Chen Lun narrowed his eyes and raised his hands towards the two. The Shelter. An official transcendent organization of the Empire specializing in containing and suppressing mysterious objects and rogue transcendence through force. Chen Lun was very familiar with them. In his past life, this force had the most players joining. Although the Shelter was not one of the 7 true gods' forces, it was backed by the royal family. It possessed immense power and offered numerous advancement paths and rewards to choose from. Just the two of you? Chen Lun asked, his tone as if he were chatting with two old friends. Don't think about playing tricks, our colleagues are guarding outside, and the group leader is already on his way. Although you are a transcendent, we have captured countless transcendents with our own hands, you can try it if you don't believe it. One of the investigators said coldly. But now you have only 2 guns, are you sure you can hit me? Why are there always arrogant fools like you, daring to challenge the authority of the Shelter? The 2 investigators exchanged glances almost imperceptibly, reaching a consensus. They prepared to open fire together, to take down this guy in front of them. But the next second, they heard a strong yet seemingly distant noise. The 2 immediately saw stars, a nauseating feeling washing over them. Before they had time to pull the trigger, they felt overshadowed by a tall figure, and the next second, severe pain came from their abdomen. Bang! Bang! Chen Lun knocked the 2 down with 2 punches, picking up their flintlock guns. This kind of firearm was a black-tech weapon crafted by the Transcendent Workshop under the Shelter, capable of loading 10 lead bullets at once. Although not a mysterious object, it was popularized among regular investigators. Almost everyone had one, and it was extremely intimidating. If more than 3 investigators fired at once, even low-sequence transcendents would likely kneel. After all, those of a low sequence had not yet escaped their fleshly bodies, with almost a certain death under dense firepower. 5 minutes later, Chen Lun stood at the church door, looking at the group of 4 investigators lying in a row on the ground, still clasping each other in unconsciousness, and shook his head slightly. Then he moved the female corpse over there, placing 2 gold pounds on the eyelids of the dead woman's eyes. This is all I can do. He raised his hand and fired a shot into the church door. Bang! The bullet hit a pre-arranged oil jug, igniting sparks that set ablaze the straw stack below. The flames rose high, gradually engulfing the entire church. Chen Lun turned and left. Behind him, a sea of fire. Boom! The long-standing church collapsed, with the fire becoming more terrifying, like daylight. Many residents, awakened in the dead of night, hid behind their windows, witnessing this unforgettable scene. Some excited, some silent, some calling out to the gods or whispering prayers. Ralph stood not far from the church, quietly stopping. The investigators Chen Lun had knocked out had now awakened, standing behind him with their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Team leader, should we pursue him? That guy might not have gone far. Pursue? Ralph snorted coldly, turning around and took a puff of his cigar. The smoke blew in the face of the talking investigator, stinging his eyes so he couldn't open them. Yet he dared not really close his eyes, having to endure, tears streaming down. With just a few of you acting on your own. After he finished speaking, silence fell on the scene for a moment. You should thank her. Ralph pointed to the female corpse on the ground. The few investigators looked at each other. Ralph bent down to pick up the gold coins from the eyelids of the female corpse, holding them in his palm, somewhat lost in thought. The reason he didn't kill you might also be because he hoped the Shelter could provide her a decent funeral. He flicked his finger, and the gold coin fell into the hand of one of the investigators. Go then, find the Moon Church, bury this female corpse, and also find her family and give them some compensation. Ralph rubbed his temple, looking troubled. Consider it us cleaning up the Red Apple Church's mess. Yes, team leader. Ralph tossed away the cigar, stamped it out, and looked into the distance. Miscalculated, hey. Outside the town's big bridge. Chen Lun sat in the carriage compartment, taking one last look at Emerald Town. Under the dim light of dawn, the town appeared incredibly peaceful. Completed B-level side quest, the Shattered Emerald Apple. You successfully destroyed the Emerald Town branch of the Red Apple Church and received the following rewards: 5,000 experience points, 20 gold pounds, Floey's affection, 3 low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, and 1 point of regional renown. Red Apple Church's affection for you has decreased, they will regard you as a mortal enemy, pursuing you relentlessly until death. Chen Lun smiled slightly at the last prompt. This mission was triggered when he infiltrated the Red Apple Church and killed the first guardian. He was very satisfied with the rewards, especially the regional renown. It was akin to a type of reputation, effective on all NPCs. It was not just a charm value, there were more unexpected benefits. For example, after joining a faction, some rare items and precious rewards required a certain level of renown to qualify for access. However, correspondingly, obtaining renown was extremely difficult, hardly accessible to ordinary people. Where are we going now? Floey sat beside him, quietly asking. To the future. Chen Lun jokingly said, chuckling lightly. Then he shouted to the outside of the carriage. Uncle Walsh, let's go. As you wish, Your Excellency. Chapter 25. The carriage travelled along the main road. Though it was known as the main road, it was really just a wider gravel path, far from smooth. The iron-clad wooden wheels of the carriage bumped and jolted, making the ride less comfortable for Chen Lun inside the carriage. Thankfully, the seat and backrest were padded with soft leather filled with cotton, easing some of the discomfort from the rough journey. Floey appeared quite pleased, however. Leaning against the window, she gazed around curiously. If her eyes hadn't been covered by a piece of black silk, one might truly think she was fascinated by the scenery around her. Chen Lun noticed that Floey slightly tilted her chin up and twitched her little nose twice, as if smelling the fresh air of the outside world. The light from the rising sun made her face seem radiant and clear. Uncle Walsh. Chen Lun stuck his head out and called towards the bald man driving the horses at the front. Lord Jack. Walsh turned his head and, lifting the round hat off his head, respectfully replied. Jack was just a pseudonym made up by Chen Lun, and he was aware that he might need other identities in the future. The story he told the Silver Dragon Trade Association to hire them to escort him and Floey to Amber City was also concocted by Chen Lun. A brother and sister from the countryside, on their way to their relatives in the big city. As for why they could afford to pay 5 gold pounds for the journey without batting an eye, it's because the siblings were lucky enough to have touched the hearts of the Red Apple Church. It was the Red Apple Church that sponsored the impoverished siblings. Thanks to Monk Will, Monk Stoughton, and Priest Carter, and Bishop Newman in a distant land. All of them, such very, very good people. Chen Lun had it all figured out. Should someone inquire about his origins, he would shower them with gratitude, adopting an air as if he simply couldn't wait to tell everyone. As for the fact that the Red Apple Church in his hometown of Emerald Town was burned down by evildoers, Chen Lun would profess ignorance. A single outburst of pain ought to bring tears to people's eyes. How long will our journey to Amber City likely take? Chen Lun asked. If all goes well, we should arrive by the evening of the 7th day. Walsh considered and answered truthfully. Generally, for common people to travel such distances to another place, they would usually take a train or steamship, combined with walking. But Emerald Town is too remote for that. The nearest train station or dock requires trekking through difficult terrain to reach, very backward and isolated. On the roads through the wilderness, one also has to be wary of bandits and thieves that could appear out of nowhere. A lapse in attention could cost one's life. The world of Era of Mystery is certainly fantastic. Advanced cities with steampunk, backward countrysides with swords and magic, bizarre areas with outright sci-fi technology. It's a blend of Elizabethan, Victorian, and Yanan-like eras across dimensions. 7 days. Chen Lun couldn't help but glance at Floey beside him, knowing the girl had less than 2 months left to live. Spending over a tenth of that time on the road reduced even further the time they had to seek the materials needed for their mission. The situation was truly urgent. Floey seemed to sense Chen Lun's gaze upon her, turned her head to look at him, and smiled. She naturally also heard what Walsh had said. It's okay, let's think of it as a trip. I've never been to faraway places, and now that I think about it, I'm quite looking forward to it. Then I can't let you die even more. Since you love traveling so much, once your illness is cured, I'll take you to even more distant places to see. As Chen Lun spoke, he suddenly envisioned a scene. In his past life, he had traveled alone to those rarely trodden places, the journey filled with stunning and breathtaking vistas. If Floey were there with him, the players might just kneel on the spot. My goodness, the boss is taking someone for a walk. Of course, that was impossible now. With his intervention, Floey's destiny was already shifting. That emotionless older sister who killed without batting an eye, the solemn nun of the Red Apple Church, would no longer exist. What remained was just herself, Floey. Floey seemed to pick up on Chen Lun's amusement, and although she didn't know what he was thinking, his positive emotions affected her, making her smile grow even wider. The coachman Walsh was feeling sentimental. Lord Jack truly was a good older brother. For the sake of his seriously ill sister, he braved the long and arduous journey to seek treatment for her. He was so moved that he even thought of giving a discount on the fee to the young miss and the young master from his trading company, returning some of the hiring charge. But then he remembered, Lord Jack surely, as a transcendent, wasn't lacking in money, and the thought of refunding money was immediately dismissed. Another thought crossed his mind, I should charge more. 6 days later. The carriage was suddenly stopped by someone. It was quite irritating to be intercepted close to Amber City, and Chen Lun couldn't help frowning. After a journey full of hardships, he hadn't been able to properly bathe or enjoy a good meal. The inns they stopped at along the way weren't up to much, and Chen Lun was looking forward to properly indulging once they reached Amber City. At that moment, clamor was heard from outside the carriage. The curtain of Chen Lun's carriage was tapped twice, and then lifted. A member of the accompanying guards stood outside with his head respectfully bowed, speaking to Chen Lun. Lord Jack, unfortunately, we've encountered robbers. But please rest assured, with the reputation of the Silver Dragon Trade Association, we pledge to protect you and Miss Floey to the death. Chen Lun nodded silently. I believe you. Typical escort hires like this usually involved 7 or 8 fully armed guards. Small bands of robbers stood no chance against them and didn't intimidate them. The curtain was drawn again, and Chen Lun could hear Walsh negotiating with the other party. But for some reason negotiations fell through, and soon the clear clinking of metal scraping and cursing sounded from outside. That was followed by the clashing of swords. Should we go down and take a look? Floey whispered. Chen Lun suddenly felt it oddly strange that such a group of robbers would appear when they were not far from Amber City. Moreover, they dared to directly confront the well-equipped and coordinated guard team. These robbers either had overwhelming numbers or some backing, or they were simply foolish. Stay in the carriage and don't move, I'll go have a look. Chen Lun nodded and said, lifting the curtain and stepping down from the carriage. As soon as he got down, he saw the guards engaging with the robbers not far ahead. The situation was as Chen Lun had expected, dozens of robbers were being butchered in a one-sided slaughter before the guards. Their rusty axes and sickles chopping on the guards' armor caused no real damage, while the guards' sharp swords easily sliced through their leather armor and hemp clothes, drawing blood with every strike. Lord Jack Walsh, who was standing by the carriage, saluted Chen Lun. What caused them to start fighting all of a sudden? Chen Lun nodded in response and then asked. Walsh appeared to be somewhat angry as he pointed at the bandits and said. At first, I wanted to give them some money to send them on their way, but those scoundrels insisted on checking the carriage. Even if I, Walsh, should die in battle here today, I would never allow these filthy bastards to violate the Lord and the Miss. Chen Lun knew the bald man was making mere pleasantries, aware of his own status as a transcendent. If it really came down to it, he couldn't simply stand by and watch others die. Chen Lun had no intention of intervening until Walsh's next words piqued his interest. Lord Jack, I suspect these people are involved in human trafficking. Chapter 26. Continue. Chen Lun was intrigued. Usually, bandits like them, upon seeing a convoy not carrying goods, would not bother too much, since it's a thankless task. But just now, these men were very aggressive, insisting on searching the carriage to see who was inside. At this moment, Walsh leaned over and whispered. Actually, in big cities like Amber City, it's common for noble ladies and madams to go missing, only to be auctioned later in the black market or other small circles. Even if they aren't women, some handsome young men are also very popular. Realizing something as he spoke, Walsh hastily added. Lord Jack is elegant and as dazzling as the constellation, and Miss Floey is stunningly beautiful, more mesmerizing and radiant than the moonlight. I fear these disgusting fellows might harbor ill intentions. Chen Lun raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Walsh. You really don't know how to speak. Picking such blatant truths to say, it's embarrassingly frank. Although I am thin-skinned, you could speak a bit more to toughen up my fragile heart. Big cities are indeed chaotic. So the bandits would not kidnap those who are less attractive or older men. Are these bandits discriminating? Chen Lun complained indignantly. Well, not exactly. If someone looks wealthy and of high status, they would also directly kidnap for ransom. Walsh explained. Chen Lun shook his head. Nowadays, even bandits choose their targets based on benefits. Without a solid backing, it's tough to survive. Just then, when everyone thought the battle's outcome was sealed, the situation suddenly changed. The leader of the bandits pulled out 2 iron gloves and slipped them on, each knuckle embedded with sharp steel spikes. The man caught a guard's slashing attack barehanded, producing a crisp sound, then clenched his fist and hammered the guard's abdomen. Bang! As the iron gloves collided with the armor, Chen Lun noticed small holes at the edge of the gloves opening, ejecting a stream of air. The guard cried out in pain and was thrown backward. All onlookers were shocked. How did these refugee-like bandits suddenly become so powerful? And what kind of black technology was in those black iron gloves? One punch could dent the armor and render a guard incapacitated. After defeating his opponent, the bandit leader, with a face full of excitement, rushed towards the next guard. The initially routed bandits were suddenly reinvigorated, while the guards became hesitant and chose to avoid this man. Just as the bandit leader thought he could wreak havoc, a blast suddenly rang out. Bang! The next second, pain struck. His raised fist had not yet fallen when he noticed a blood hole in his left chest. He staggered back a few steps, then thudded to the ground. Blood began spreading from under him. You have killed the bandit leader, gaining 10 experience points. The onlookers turned their heads and saw a young man in a white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes, with slightly curly black hair, standing straight in front of the carriage, holding a flintlock gun aimed their way, with wisps of smoke rising from the gun's muzzle. Stop fighting! Chen Lun twirled the gun, blew on the muzzle, and holstered it. Thanks to the brother investigator from the shelter, he too had enjoyed the thrill of dispatching someone instantly. With the death of the bandit leader, coupled with the deterrent of the firearm, the bandits scattered like birds and beasts. At Walsh's shout, the guards did not pursue but instead turned to attend to the injured. At that moment, Chen Lun received a notification. Trigger D-level task, pursue the defeated bandits. Task description, you encountered an ambush by bandits, but they crumbled before your formidable strength. Being provoked, will you choose to pursue them? This group of bandits blocks the road, kidnaps hostages, and there seems to be some earth-shattering secret hidden behind them. Task reward, 300 experience points and 500 copper crow. Chen Lun had grown accustomed to the cheeky prompt box. In his previous life, when he first started playing Era of Mystery, he often got lectured by the prompts. At that time, many players cursed and complained on the forums. One of them mentioned receiving a task that supposedly involved a peerless mysterious object, only to struggle through the task and end up with a D-grade self-refilling coffee pot. If that were all, it would have been fine, at least providing a constant supply of drink on the go. Until one day, the player poured a mysterious yellow-brown liquid from the coffee pot. The catch with this mysterious object was that you had to finish drinking it, or you would forcibly enter a state of thirst, reducing all attributes for 10 days. A 10-day debuff of weakness was almost worse than being killed. With no choice left, the player had to steel himself and gulp it down. Not to mention, this coffee pot was mostly likely irritating. The task prompt was not wrong, this pot was indeed peerless. Oddly enough, later on, many curious wealthy individuals sought to buy it from him, turning the affair quite magical. Chen Lun originally did not want to accept this task, as the rewards were too meager. But he soon realized, he should not get arrogant just because he had become wealthy. Experience points and money could never be too much. The journey to strengthen oneself must never stop. So after accepting the task, he had Walsh and his group stay put at the original location. Meanwhile, he had them securely store the suspicious iron gloves for him to examine upon his return. He then nodded to Floey, and turned to chase in the direction the bandits had fled. Chen Lun followed the footprints of the bandits, leaving the main road and entering a dense forest. The place was somewhat eerie, with very tall trees and lush branches and leaves blocking the sunlight. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched underfoot, and every now and then, various strange sounds could be heard from around. Caw-caw! A crow flew through the woods, dropping feathers of black. It flapped its wings, slowly landing on Chen Lun's arm. The crow turned its head, its intelligent little eyes looked at him, and then it cawed a few times. Chen Lun handed over several beetles he had casually caught along the way, and the crow swallowed them one by one after tilting its head back, then cawed 2 more times before flapping its wings and flying away. Chen Lun had obtained the information he wanted and continued onward in one direction. There's a camp, isn't there, with roughly a dozen people. About 10 more minutes of walking, Chen Lun faintly saw some firelight. He slowed his pace and parted a few bush leaves to clearly see the scene in a clearing up ahead. It was a bandit camp about the size of a small basketball court, with a large fire burning in the center, next to which hung large animal thighs, and a few scruffily dressed men were boiling a pot of unknown soup. A few other men were sharpening weapons, axes, sickles, daggers, kitchen knives, a whole mess of things. In a corner, the stolen goods were stacked up neatly in crates. A slit that looked like it had been cut open revealed some metal ingots and coal. Next to this pile of goods were several large iron cages, containing exclusively men, who were all without exception both old and ugly. How is this different from what Walsh described? Chen Lun was puzzled. What did these bandits capture these men for? Could there really be buyers with such strange tastes? A burly man sat legs akimbo on a chair, toying with a short sword in his hand. Beside him stood the bandits who had earlier blocked the road, now looking dejected like grade schoolers being scolded for failing an exam. What a bunch of rubbish! The burly man cursed. That hyena bastard is even worse. Messing up is one thing, but he also lost the mad hand sent by the higher-ups. Chapter 27. It's none of our business, boss. One of the underlings complained. It was the hyena boss who sent us up, he said with mad hand. We could definitely handle that group. 7 or 8 guards escorting, mostly someone with a status, we couldn't lose by capturing them. But we didn't expect that the kid who came out of the carriage had a firearm, and shot the hyena boss dead with one shot. A firearm? The burly man frowned, seeming to realize things were a bit tricky. It seems the kid you're talking about is no small fry, but we can't afford to lose mad hand. Since there's only one firearm, it's not like we don't stand a chance. He stood up and pulled out a pair of iron gloves identical to those worn by the former bandit leader and put them on himself. Fist against fist, they clanged twice. Let's go. Catch up with them. Move out. Upon hearing the command, all the underlings instantly raised their weapons, pumped as if injected with chicken blood. No need to chase, I've come myself. Just as the bandit leader was gearing up to leave with his henchmen, sharply preparing to set off, they suddenly heard a man's voice. He was startled and looked up. He saw a young man walking out of the bushes at a leisurely pace. Boss! It's him! The sidekick next to him recognized Chen Lun and immediately alerted his leader. The burly man first surveyed the surroundings, found nothing suspicious, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Just you alone? Chen Lun responded indifferently and slowly walked towards them. The bandit leader's smile became more ferocious and terrifying, and he signaled. His underlings surrounded Chen Lun, holding various weapons in a pinching trend. You dare to follow us here alone? Who do you think you are? A hero? He raised his iron fist, flexing his fingers, making a crisp metallic friction sound. Chen Lun then drew the flintlock gun from his waist holster and pointed it at the burly leader in front of him. Oh ho, wow! Look everyone, what is this, a firearm? The burly man seemed not to care at all, he spread his hands and looked at his underlings. Didn't your mom ever tell you, read less of those lone hero stories and stay home and drink your milk? Laughter erupted from the underlings surrounding them, their eyes filled with excitement and mockery. In the corner of the camp, the people locked in iron cages, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh silently. They had thought there might be a rescue, but it was just a young man full of notions of heroism. Why didn't you call more people before coming here to die alone? One of the men cursed angrily, slamming the iron cage, muttering some ugly words. I quite admire him. Another young man with blonde hair was sitting in another cage, wearing a top hat with a white feather and draped in a dirty cloak. A pair of dark green eyes watched the standoff in front, his handsome face showing a look of satisfaction. He has a bit of my youth's grace, admirable and pitiable. Shut up, you blabbering pretty boy! The enraged man shouted. The blonde young man rolled his eyes and immediately stood up, pointing at the man and shouted back. If you bark like a dog one more time, believe it or not, I'll knock you out with 2 punches when I get out. Oh, bring it on. Could you have been caught by just keeping your mouth shut? The others locked up pressed their hands against their ears, looking speechless, clearly used to such quarrels. While facing off with the bandits, Chen Lun raised an eyebrow and asked. I'm very interested in those iron gloves you have, can you tell me where you got them from? The bandit leader looked at Chen Lun, his eyes turning icy. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Without your guards, just with one firearm, what can you do? At most, fire one shot, and we'll capture you, then clean you up and sell you to the black market. Seeing you've been coddled quite well in your greenhouse, delicate and tender, I believe many buyers will like you. Now. Chen Lun silently pulled out a second gun. The bandit leader's eyes twitched, and the words died on his lips. No worries, you don't have to tell me, the dual guns will give me the answer. Chen Lun, holding two flintlock guns, one pointed at the burly man, the other at the surrounding underlings. Go. Don't be afraid of him. Even with two guns, he can only fire 2 shots. After 2 shots, he's no threat. At that, the underlings roared and charged forward. But as the gun barrels targeted them, they simultaneously took a step back. Though those were the words, no one wanted to be the unfortunate one to take the first bullet. Damn! A bunch of useless fools! The burly man cursed angrily. He immediately took the lead, striding forward and swinging his fist at Chen Lun. Seeing this, the other underlings also rushed forward. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots sounded almost simultaneously. 2 flowers bloomed, almost simultaneously. One underling's forehead burst into a spray of blood, falling to the ground. Another bullet was blocked by the muscular man's iron gloves, sparking a flame. Quick, get him! He can't shoot anymore. Capture him! I want to torture this kid harshly. The muscular man, still frightened, looked at the bullet mark on his glove and roared angrily. Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! A rapid succession of gunshots echoed continuously, instantly stiffening his expression, then revealing a look of disbelief. What's going on? Flintlock guns are supposed to load 1 bullet per shot, right? What is this? Which shot is this already? The black-haired young man swiftly moved his hands as if playing a beautiful piano melody. Walking, turning around, pulling the trigger. His dual guns continuously spat out flames and smoke, as one underling after another screamed and fell. They were powerless to fight back, it was like a slaughter. Thud. Until the last bandit fell. Chen Lun looked at his flintlock gun with a helpless expression, smoke still trailing from the barrel. Well, out of ammo. His barely audible mutter was heard by the bandit leader, who suddenly shuddered. Opportunity. The burly figure lunged at him like a fierce tiger, his iron fist raised high and then smashing down. The black metallic glove, emitting a blast of air, shot straight towards Chen Lun's head. Bang! The bandit leader's face filled with disbelief as he stared wide-eyed. He slowly lowered his head, seeing the flintlock gun pressed against his left chest, emitting smoke. You aren't! A heart-piercing pain struck, draining all his strength. After that, he followed in his underling's footsteps, falling to the ground, dead on the spot. Chen Lun holstered his gun and crouched down, looking at the corpse. Gotcha, fool! Unfortunately, the bandit leader could no longer hear him. Eliminate bandit camp, D-level task, pursue the poor until complete. Task reward, 300 experience points and 500 copper crow. Chen Lun disregarded the prompt box and directly stripped the iron gloves from the corpse, examining them closely. Is this glove, the mad hand? Originally, he had planned to go back and study a pair, but here was a ready-made one. He was quite curious about this gadget. Equipped by an ordinary person, its combat power soars, and in some ways, it could be considered black technology brass knuckles. Mad hand mechanical glove. Item description: an inferior imitation of a masterpiece by craftsmen that ended up being birthed. The crude craftsmanship has castrated the originally precise and powerful function, retaining only the most basic striking enhancement effects. Of course, you could also use it for handling hot pots and pans, at least the heat insulation is still pretty decent. Is this all? Chen Lun immediately lost interest in it. To an ordinary person, the glove might be a decent weapon, but for him, it was hardly useful. Not to mention the slight increase in striking power, for the current Chen Lun with 22 strength attributes, plus the surging badge which could reach 24 points, it was basically ineffective. As for the added protection, just covering the hands with a layer of scale armor would be several times tougher than this glove. Moreover, wearing it even affected the experience. Here, it's about combat experience. However, he could consider finding an opportunity to throw it to the shelter for research, scooping some benefits, as they would certainly be happy to equip each investigator with a pair of such gloves. With a flintlock gun for distance and iron gloves for close combat, perfect. Furthermore, Chen Lun discerned some trickery from the prompt description and noted down this information. He stood up and walked into the camp past the scattered corpses. The place was very spacious, everything was clearly visible. Heading straight to a corner of the camp, he first noticed 7 or 8 people locked in a cage, casting hopeful glances at him. Chapter 28. By the stacked goods, an axe leaned. Chen Lun walked over, hooked the axe with his foot, and it spun into the air, which he then grasped by the handle. Clang! With one swing of the axe, the brass lock on the iron cage clattered to the ground. He then went on to break the locks on the other cages one by one, freeing the people captured inside. We really can't thank you enough. Several men who had gained their freedom hurried over to Chen Lun, bowing deeply. Among them was the previously irate older man, who now held nothing but genuine admiration. Looking at this black-haired youth's attire and considering the strength he had shown by single-handedly wiping out the entire bandit camp, he certainly was no ordinary person. For such a powerful figure, even though he looked young, it had become instinct to respect him sincerely. We are all craftsmen from nearby and not wealthy, we have no idea how we could ever repay your kindness. Someone asked. There's no need. Chen Lun waved his hand. He had originally just come to hunt down the bandits, saving people was just something he did incidentally, yet the identities these people revealed reminded him of the descriptions of Iron Glove's items. Craftsman, hey! Why did these bandits capture you? Well, we are not sure, but in their previous conversations, they seemed to mention needing to make something, which is why they were kidnapping people everywhere. Chen Lun nodded. That made sense. But he quickly noticed that among these burly, sizable craftsmen, one did not fit in. Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing a pointy hat adorned with a flamboyant feather, draped in a cloak, with a small harp tucked at his waist. Most importantly, even though covered in dirt, his unique aura and handsomeness could not be concealed. He was only perhaps a tiny bit less handsome than himself. You? You can't possibly be a craftsman too, can you? Seeing Chen Lun's puzzled look focused on him, Alec confidently smiled. He stepped forward, placed his left hand over his right chest, and bowed deeply, nodding as a gesture of respect. I am Alec, a great wandering bard. Chen Lun raised an eyebrow. The blonde young man raised a finger and said loudly. Although I am very grateful that you offered assistance, Alec actually didn't need it. I could have escaped by myself, but I chose to stay to observe the bandits' daily lives more closely for inspiration. They too are a reflection of the oppression under the Empire, and I wish to compose poetry about this. Don't listen to his nonsense. One of the craftsmen, the irate older man, suddenly shouted. This guy claims he once forged divine artifacts, which led the bandits to capture him. A guy who can't even lift a hammer, boasting to the heavens it's an insult to us craftsmen. Alec, veins popping and face flushing red, hands on his hips, yelled back. Shut up. I was not boasting. I've tolerated you for too long, you big talker. The irate older man charged forward and punched Alec right in his handsome face, knocking him to the ground with his mouth bleeding. Bastard! Angrily, Alec got up and started fighting back. However, due to the huge difference in build and the fact that the big and strong irritated older man worked daily with hammers and bellows, he knocked Alec down again with just a few strikes. Chen Lun did not intervene, his arms crossed, watching with interest. The irate older man, having blown off steam, led the way once more in bowing to Chen Lun. There are many villages nearby, we forge farming tools here to make a living. If you ever need anything, you can come to us. Yes, although our skills might not match those in the military camps, the weapons we produce are definitely not inferior. Chen Lun smiled and nodded, and the group of craftsmen then left together. He turned to look at Alec, who had gotten back to his feet and was wiping the blood from his mouth corner with his sleeve. You said you forged divine weapons. Of course. Alec seemed to have completely dismissed the recent beating, regaining his confident demeanor. He flicked his blonde hair and took out the small harp from his waist, beginning to play and sing. It was a nearly 2-meter-long greatsword. Forged from seabed metals mixed with celestial debris, adding the blood of the extreme west evil dragon and the fangs of the Lord of Blood, and embellished with tricolor crystals and multicolored gems. I once used it to slay the great beast of the North Sea and also used it to chop off the head of the Nightmare Knight of the South. Alas, it broke during the battle with the Overlord from the Far East and was lost. Clap clap clap. Chen Lun applauded enthusiastically. Well done. A captivating song, and the story is great too. It seems you are indeed suited for this line of work. This is not a story. Alec, enraged and embarrassed, stopped playing. Although you saved me, you can't insult me. This is so rude. It's not something a gentleman should do. I challenge you to a duel. I need to restore my noble dignity as Alec. Alec looked around and then picked up a kitchen knife from the ground. As he raised his head ready to fight a life and death battle with this dark-haired young man, he found that the latter had already turned and walked away. Wait! Don't go! Alec chased after him, frustrated. I am telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? Alec gasped for air. Chen Lun glanced at him and continued to walk briskly forward. Alec gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, running back to Chen Lun's side. Hey, listen, Fine, I believe you. Chen Lun finally lost his patience and spoke seriously. Alec's eyes widened, joy spreading across his face. Really? That's great. He suddenly regained his confident expression and coughed twice. Having already concluded that Alec probably had issues with his head, Chen Lun ignored him and continued walking on his own. Alec silently followed beside Chen Lun. After walking for a while, he glanced at Chen Lun and couldn't help but speak again. Well, do you want to hear more about my glorious past? Absolutely not. Chen Lun shrugged his shoulders. Alec had a conflicted look on his face, seemingly stifling hard feelings. All right, go ahead. Chen Lun resigned himself, hoping this modern-day torture would end soon. Alec seemed to hit a switch and started to sing vividly. During the process, he even pulled out a small harmonica for accompaniment. Truth be told, aside from his tall tales, he actually sang quite well. The guy's voice was intrinsically magnetic, clear, and ethereal. Coupled with his handsome looks, if his mind were a bit more normal, he could probably sweep countless young girls off their feet. Oh wait, and countless noble women too. Chen Lun filtered out most of his embellished bragging, and roughly made out the content of Alec's song. It was essentially about his travels around the world, where he went from place to place ridding folks of evils and slaying monstrous dragons to become a hero. Beyond the Tressa Empire that incorporated the central and eastern parts of the continent, he also stepped foot in the northern Byron Kingdom, the western Beelzebub Kingdom, and the southern Chualai City, the three major vassal states. He even drifted across the endless oceans of the continent and encountered numerous formidable foes. But by this point, Chen Lun could hardly listen any longer. Fortunately, they had already walked out of the dense woods and back onto the main road. He hurried to the carriage, taking 2 steps at a time. Hey, why don't you become my sidekick? You must greatly admire me after hearing my stories. Alec shouted from behind. Chen Lun acted as if he heard nothing, and just told Walsh to get moving, then climbed into the carriage. The carriage started moving again, and Alec continued to chase behind. Hey! Jack! I have lots of fans, are you sure you don't want to consider this? Exhausted from the chase, he ultimately gave up and watched the carriage disappear down the road, cursing under his breath. Inside the carriage, Chen Lun breathed a sigh of relief, finally shaking off that guy. But then, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Hold on, I never told him my name, so how did he know it? Chapter 29. That guy. Chen Lun mused. In his past life, he had never heard the name Alec. He was supposed to be just an ordinary bard. But when he called out his assumed name, Chen Lun always felt that something was off. Peering out the window of the carriage and looking back, Alec's figure was no longer on the road. What's wrong? Floey, sensing Chen Lun's mood, spoke up. Chen Lun sat back down and shook his head silently before adding. Nothing, just ran into a strange fellow. Floey did not press further and changed the subject. Will we reach our destination tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow we'll arrive at Amber City. Chen Lun stopped dwelling on it, as the most urgent task at hand was to find Dolly in Amber City and acquire the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance from him to maintain the balance of the contamination in Floey. In the process, he hoped to complete the 3rd stage of the hidden quest and hopefully find Philip's legacy. These were all things that could boost his strength. There was anticipation in his heart, and even more so, visions of the future. To grow stronger and establish a foothold. To have enough power and reach a certain height before the arrival of 1.0 version beta players. Only then would Chen Lun feel truly secure. Having lost the unique player interface, he did not know if he could still resurrect after death. Although he was an NPC, he still retained the ability to accept quests and inspect item information. But he dared not gamble on the privilege of resurrection that only players had. One has only one life. Amber City. This major city in the eastern part of the Tresor Empire was far more developed and bustling than the backward small town of Emerald Town, not to mention much larger in area. According to the administrative divisions of the entire continent, 1 empire and 3 affiliated kingdoms. Not counting other smaller self-proclaimed kingdoms, aside from Beryl Royal City, the Tresor Empire was divided into the 6 states. Each state had 10 cities. Each city was composed of a central city, 72 markets, and countless small towns. Amber City was one of the more prominent cities among the 72 markets of Fossil City in the Gem State, known for its culture, nature, and art. As the carriage gradually approached Amber City, the main gravel road gradually turned into neatly paved stone pathways. Along either side of the road stood square stone pillars and black iron street lamps. Each of these street lamps, every nightfall, would be lit with kerosene by lamplighters, brightly illuminating throughout the night. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The carriage moved slowly. In the distance, the tall city walls became increasingly clear, with densely packed low houses on both sides leading to the city gate. It's the smell of stewed beans. Floey lifted the curtain and sniffed with her delicate nose, murmuring softly. She was very familiar with this scent, as it was often part of her childhood meals. From within the carriage, Chen Lun could see numerous women with aprons and headscarves busying themselves with cooking and cleaning. They were working right at the doorsteps of their humble homes, with children playing around them and then darting into the dense houses nearby. Their men mostly go into the city to work during the day and come back out to their homes after work is done. At that moment, Walsh, the driver of the carriage, spoke. Chen Lun was well aware of this fact. Those living here were the poor who did not qualify for permanent residence inside the city. They were also an indispensable part of keeping Amber City running. Among the crowd preparing to enter the city, there was no shortage of carriages, but even more were pedestrians with backpacks and hawkers carrying baskets selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Walsh presented the trade caravan's certificate along with 5 copper cross per person for the entry fee, and the Tresor Empire soldiers waved them through. Passing through the long city gate corridor, under the dim lighting, Chen Lun could see walls plastered with notices and warrants. But most were yellowed and torn due to the wear and tear of time, and due to neglect in cleaning, they had accumulated in thick layers. Soon, the surrounding clamor rushed into their ears. Entering the inner city is what truly counts as entering Amber City, where it's a completely different world from the outside. The carriages slowly passing by with the jingling of bells, the newsboys running about, hawking cigarettes and newspapers, the vendors setting up stalls in the large squares, and the church monks preaching loudly. Floey seemed very excited, constantly listening to the sounds of the new world. It was only at this moment that she appeared to be a girl her age should be. Master Jack, we've arrived at our destination. Walsh prompted. The carriage soon stopped in front of a 3-story building, the location of the Silver Dragon Trade Association in Amber City. However, this was not the inner city district. Although there is another branch in the inner city district, Chen Lun asked to stop here. It wasn't that he didn't want to move around in the inner city district, but that area belonged to the wealthy elite and was very strictly secured. With Chen Lun's current unregistered identity, plus having to take care of Floey, moving around there would be difficult. Therefore, he planned to settle down in the outer city district for the time being and make some plans. Thanks, Uncle Walsh. Chen Lun got off the carriage first, then turned to extend his hand, but suddenly remembered Floey wasn't actually blind. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Floey's small hand reached out first. Chen Lun was momentarily startled. Floey gave him a sweet smile. Master Jack, you truly are an admirable big brother. Walsh took off his hat and extended his large hand. The commission entrusted to our Silver Dragon Trade Association has been successfully completed. It was a pleasure doing business, and I hope we can relieve your worries again in the future. It was a pleasure. Chen Lun extended his other hand and shook his. Walsh suddenly felt a chill in his palm. Looking down, he found 2 glittering gold pounds. Master Jack, this. Consider it a tip for all of you. One of the escorts even got injured for me and my sister, and I feel very remorseful. Well then, farewell, Uncle Walsh. Walsh looked up to see the young man already walking away with Miss Floey. He couldn't help but feel that Master Jack was a truly generous gentleman. I didn't even ask for more money. The two walked a long way along the street. Chen Lun originally wanted to let go of Floey's hand but didn't succeed. Floey's small hand clung tightly, and she whispered in a low voice. Isn't it very conspicuous for a blind girl to walk without someone leading her? That seems to be true. So Chen Lun stopped worrying about that and started to survey the surrounding area to see where would be suitable to settle down. Soon he saw a sign for renting lodging at the entrance of a flower shop. Chen Lun, leading Floey, stopped in front of the notice, noticing that a metal plate was mounted on the wall. Denton Street number 7. After looking at the rental sign for a while, his gaze moved through the glass window of the flower shop next door to a woman inside. The elderly woman, with her hair turning grey, was meticulously tending to the flowers in the shop, past many colorful fresh blossoms. Knock knock. Someone tapped on the glass twice. The lady turned her head, revealing a kind-looking face. Despite the wrinkles, one could still see traces of her former beauty. When she saw the young man leading the blind girl, she smiled and waved her hand while mouthing the words. Come in, children, come in. Chapter 30. After polite greetings, he expressed his interest in renting an apartment to the flower shop owner, and then received a warm welcome. Through a pleasant chat, Chen Lun learned her name was Caroline. Mrs. Caroline was the landlord of the entire building and ran the flower shop downstairs. Located on a street corner, there were also two adjacent shops, which were a coffee shop and a bookstore, both of which had already been rented out. The building wasn't tall, just 4 stories high. Besides the ground floor shops, each floor could accommodate 2 households, and now there was only one apartment still available on the top floor. Come, have a cup of flower tea, children. Mrs. Caroline enthusiastically poured them both a hot cup of tea. Chen Lun thanked her. After receiving the hot tea, he placed 1 cup in front of Floey and reminded her to be careful as it was hot. Mrs. Caroline nodded to herself, feeling very satisfied with the siblings. The brother was gentle and honest, while the sister was demure and quiet. Both had manners and deportment that suggested a well-bred upbringing, not like ordinary folk. Another important point was that they were both very attractive, which would make her happy every day. It was just a shame that the girl named Floey was blind, which was quite pitiable. Luckily, her brother had stood by her side, bringing her all the way to Amber City to seek out relatives, just to treat her eye condition. Mrs. Caroline, who was sensitive and emotional, felt her heart melt and sighed to herself several times. Little Jack, if you want to rent the empty apartment on the 4th floor, it will only cost you 5 silver ducats a week. Oh, of course, if you're short on money for the time being, you can owe it. Though located in the outer city district, this area was on the main thoroughfare and close to the bustling downtown district, and the rent should have been several times higher according to the market rate. But Mrs. Caroline deliberately lowered the rent. Even the other tenants weren't paying the standard market price to live here. Though Mrs. Caroline wasn't short on money, she did have certain requirements for her tenants. They must be clean, have no bad habits, hold a decent job, and most importantly, have a kind heart. Thank you, Mrs. Caroline. Here are 20 silver ducats, we'll stay for a month first. Chen Lun handed over a small bag filled with silver coins. He added. Since we've come to stay with relatives, we're not sure how long we can stay, so we'll just stay for a while. Oh, little Jack, you don't have to do that. Mrs. Caroline pushed the money bag back and lowered her voice, saying. You and your sister have just arrived in the big city, and there will be many places you'll need to spend money, so don't rush to pay me the rent. She then took both their hands and walked them out, and Chen Lun, having no choice, took back his money bag. Come, I'll show you upstairs. Your neighbors are all friendly people, and I believe you can become friends. That's very kind of you, but will the flower shop be all right without anyone to look after it? Chen Lun and Floey were escorted out of the flower shop and asked. Mrs. Caroline waved her hand with a smile. No problem, business isn't good at the flower shop, I just tend to it when I feel bored. Saying this, she led the way into the stairwell. Just as Chen Lun and Floey followed Mrs. Caroline and disappeared into the stairwell, 2 youths emerged from a small alley across the street. Both were wearing brown leather jackets and striped skinny jeans, one of them smoking a cheap cigarette, laughing as he said. I didn't expect that staking out the kid would yield such an unexpected find. He gave a look to the other. Go back and report to the boss, bring more people, I'll keep watching here so we don't let these two little fat sheep get away. All right, then keep a close eye, that man and woman are definitely worth a high price. The other youth licked his lips and left first. Especially that girl, tisk tisk, prettier than the honorable congressman's daughter, makes the maids at the Bird and Flower Tavern look like a pile of siete. Mrs. Caroline led Chen Lun and his companion up the stairs. The wooden floor seemed rather old, creaking softly with each step. Sorry, this house was handed down from my husband's grandfather, it's quite old. Mrs. Caroline explained as they walked. Upon reaching the third floor, she pointed to a door down the left corridor. This apartment is where Connie and her father live. Connie is a diligent girl, attending classes at the nearby technical college during the day and working outside at night to take care of her sick father, Mr. Hood. After finishing, Mrs. Caroline pointed to the right. And here live the three Moriarty siblings, all good children. The brother goes to work at a foreign trade company in the city center early every day, taking care of the life of his younger brother and sister. Oh right, I've heard that the sister Melissa and Connie are classmates. Chen Lun felt that the introduction sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard of these three siblings somewhere. Without delving deeper, he and Floey followed Mrs. Caroline up to their new home on the fourth floor. Mrs. Caroline led them into the room on the left side. The room was not large, a classic three-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom, one kitchen, and one balcony setup. The furniture was all complete and though somewhat old, it was very clean. Chen Lun was very satisfied with it. You've really gone to a lot of trouble, Mrs. Caroline. Floey and I really like it here. Oh, is that so? That's just wonderful. Mrs. Caroline also seemed very pleased, and she then cautioned. Now, little Jack, you will probably need to buy some household items and other sundries. You should be frugal with your money. If you don't mind, in the mornings and evenings, you could bring your sister to join me for meals on the second floor. Thank you, Mrs. Caroline. Chen Lun had been somewhat worried, he had so many things to do, with so little time, and couldn't take care of Floey much. It was a relief that she could have meals at Mrs. Caroline's, saving him quite a bit of trouble. I'll pay you additional compensation, Mrs. Caroline. Mrs. Caroline was about to refuse, but seeing the young man's earnest expression, mature and handsome. It's a matter of proper courtesy for a gentleman, please don't decline it. Well, okay then. Seeing this, Mrs. Caroline truly couldn't refuse such a kind and handsome young man, and her opinion of the siblings rose once more. An extra silver ducats each week, then it's settled. She laughed a few times, covering her mouth, then turned and left the room. Oh, by the way, your next-door neighbor is a young man who lives alone. He might seem a bit cold, but he's actually quite a nice person. Mrs. Caroline paused at the doorway, said her piece, and then bid them goodbye and left. After closing the door, Chen Lun took a look around. He set down his backpack first, then poured a cup of water for himself and Floey and comfortably sank into the sofa. It's been a long time since I've rested like this. What are we going to do next? Floey sat opposite Chen Lun, her ethereal voice reaching his ears. I'll go out later to buy some stuff. You just stay home and don't go out, As he spoke, Chen Lun seemed to realize that this might not seem fair to Floey, almost like another form of confinement. So he continued. If you feel bored, you can walk around the neighborhood, but don't go too far. After all, your situation is quite complicated right now. Floey nodded lightly. Okay, I know. I'll just wait here for you to come back. As she spoke, she paused slightly on the word home.